Let me just look the other way.
Nothing's made for left-handed people.
I know.
Live? Okay. Welcome, everyone. I want to welcome everyone to our City Council Budget Workshop. Today's the 13th. It's Tuesday, 10:02 a.m. I call this meeting to order. And if we could have the record reflect that we do have quorum. And then we'll move on to our invocation. We have our pastor, Mr. Wade Rush, that will lead us in our invocation. And Mr. Beltran, would you mind the pledge of allegiance after?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, before we get started, let's go to the Lord in prayer, shall we? Heavenly Father, Lord, we just come to you today, just thanking you for your love and your grace and your mercy. But first of all, we thank you for the salvation that we have through your Son, Jesus Christ. And God, I thank you for these leaders of this city. And Lord, I pray that you grant them wisdom today. Lord, as we gather here, Lord, just give them discernment in all the decisions that they make. Father, we thank you for all of those who serve our city. And Lord, we ask the protection over them, Lord, especially first responders and the firemen and the police officers. God, just be with them. And God, we want to pray a special prayer also for our schools that just started yesterday. Lord, be with the teachers and the students and all the campuses of our great city. And Lord, protect them as well. Lord, may they have a wonderful, wonderful school year. So Father, be with us now, Lord, as we seek to serve you. And we ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you
Can
so
we
much.
direct our attention to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Wade Rush. He's with our West Main Baptist Church. And thank you, Mr. Beltran. Okay, moving on to public comments. I do not see any public comments from any citizen. So we'll move on to our council members for any public comments they may have. Mr. Beltran?
I have none other than, just want to thank our staff for all the diligence, all the hard work they're doing to provide us with this budget. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Molina?
I just want to welcome everyone here and everyone in attendance. Thank you.
Mrs. Wells?
Pretty much the same. Thank you, staff, for having patience with me in our last meeting, and we'll do our best. Thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
Mr. Garza?
Just want to say welcome and thank you for everybody here today and everybody watching over the internet. And if I may take a quick second to wish a very special happy 79th birthday to my hero, my best friend, and my dad.
Awesome.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, your dad, Bob. Cherish him.
Good. Happy birthday to the dad, to Mr. Garza. I love them. They're awesome. And welcome everyone. And again, thank you to our staff, just like council, all our council has voiced. I know this was not an easy budget. I know it was difficult, and I really thank y'all for what you've presented. So, Mr. Esparza?
Yes, ma'am. So, just to remind everybody, last meeting, we went over the general fund, which is the largest fund that we have. It encompasses the city council, city clerk, administration, general service, civil service, emergency management, finance, IT, HR, fire, municipal court, police, garage, parks, and a couple other departments. And so this second meeting, we're going to focus on the enterprise funds. And just so you guys know, the enterprise funds are set up to be for business type activities, and they're all accounted for separately. And it's just like the general fund, they're just separate funds, but they are business type activities, and that's why they're operated as enterprise funds. So we have solid waste, utility, the airport, debt service, multi-use, hotel occupancy tax, and golf course. And so we're going to do those today. Hopefully we'll get through them. And then we can come back at our third budget meeting and talk about the fees and the fines and the revenue side. So just to remind everybody, what we're doing right now is, of course, going on the expense side of the budget. We'll touch a little bit on a revenue as we do on the first pages, summary sheets, but focusing on the expense side, and then we'll come back on the revenue on the third meeting. And so we'll start with the solid waste fund. Vanessa?
Good morning. So we'll begin on page 78 with the solid waste fund. This is just an overview of the fund. And for the proposed, we do show an excess of $14,334. You will notice an increase in the revenue, but like Mr. Esparza said, we'll go more into detail when we discuss the fee schedule. So next, if you go to page 82, this is kind of the general service for the solid waste fund. And this is where we pay the insurance for the solid waste fund, which covers the landfill and their units. And then the bank charges, which are credit card fees. And that's it for the general service department for solid waste.
Council, any questions in reference to this? Mr. Gonzalez?
So just for clarity, the 74,000 is the bank charges,
It's mainly credit card fees. and things
credit
like
card fees?
Yeah, the per transaction fee that
Yes.
we have to cover when somebody pays with a credit card.
So like the general fund, we are gonna go out for bids to try and find a sole provider and hopefully work down those fees.
Yeah, lower that.
Right.
tremendously.
And over time, we do have a couple of different providers. As we've opened up credit, when we first opened up credit card for these different departments, that we've kind of spread it out. Now we're looking to consolidate and try to get better rates on those. So we're working on an RFP for that.
I don't know, this is a crazy suggestion, but is there a possibility like accepting Zelle, and things of that nature with that?
That is some of the vendors, they
Yes.
do offer, that's what we're gonna be
Yes.
looking through, what they offer, the different ones, but yes. We don't currently accept that, but
Right.
some of these vendors do offer that.
Okay, no problem. I'm good.
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Going back on, the credit card fees of 74,000. You're looking at other ways of, so that's like Apple Pay, PayPal, all that other stuff also, or?
Depending on the vendors, some vendors offer like Cash App, Venmo, things like that, or Zelle. It just depends on what type of transaction, and then that fee goes to the customer.
Have we thought of even trying cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, so, or anything like that?
No.
Nothing that extreme. How about, and I don't know how others would feel, but I've gone to establishments where if I'm gonna pay with a card, they tell me, well, if you're gonna pay with a card, it's gonna be X percentage more to cover their costs. Maybe that might be.
Those are, that is a leading thing that we're
Yes.
seeing from our providers that are
Yes.
doing it, but as we've seen in the past, the city tries to help out the citizens as much as possible, but yeah, I mean, that is basically the number one thing that we're seeing a lot of these companies are offering. They lower our rates, but they're putting it on the customer. So that's something we'll have to present to you on where do you wanna see that split.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you looking into it. Any dollar saved is a dollar earned, right?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the sanitation department. And the expenses begin on page 84. There's not too much on this department. On page 85, the lease purchase, that is for the two sanitation vehicles that we just purchased. Any questions on this one?
Mr. Garza, any questions?
No, ma'am, not on this part. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowen? Can you come back, please? Mr. Molina?
No, I'm good, that's good.
Mr. Vendra?
I'm good, thank you.
I just have one question on, and it's throughout, just, we're revisiting all kinds of contracts or leases, like the, fuel and
Mhm.
chemicals and all that.
Right.
Okay, and some of the adjustments we made, we're very comfortable with those adjustments with like. from-
With the fuel and
Yeah.
so forth, fuel, we're looking, we actually, we have a meeting with them, we have a follow-up at the end of this month to see where we're at, that way we have a few weeks into
Good.
it and we can gauge it.
Okay.
And there is actual, hope for us to see more fuel savings.
Oh, okay.
That we can take it the next step with the vendor, now that they have basically proof on how much we're gonna provide, how many gallons we're gonna purchase from them, so we're hoping to see an increased savings. So, yeah, it's an ongoing,
Just conversation
Yeah.
we're
Right.
having.
Now, we're making sure that the quality is still good, right?
we're keeping in contact with the garage, our directors, we have been getting feedback, so,
Because we don't want to go cheaper if it's
right,
watered down gas.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
Pick it up on the maintenance side, you know.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have the recycling center, and this really, this just has one unit, so you'll notice fuel and some maybe vehicle repairs, weed and pest control services, but there's not too much in this department.
Mr. Beltran, any questions on this?
No, not really. Might have to come back to me.
Okay. Mr. Molina?
I'm good, thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
So the recycling center, we don't have any employee there, just a vehicle?
I believe they have someone that goes, because they're only open once a week? I think?
Wednesdays.
One's,
Wednesdays, okay.
Oh, okay. So are we, I'd like to, later on, just come back to this and see what we can do with our recycle center. Maybe adding something besides just what cardboard we take?
Cardboard, paper, plastic.
We take plastic?
Our provider takes right now.
I'll look into it more. I just want to look into it more with you all. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Mr. Haskell?
Well, they actually kind of answered my questions. I was wondering, when are they open, what do they do? And open on Wednesdays, and they accept all recyclables. So, thank you.
Except for glass and
Glass and
glass and,
Okay, we do not, nobody in Texas right now is accepting glass.
right.
okay.
City of Corpus will take it once a year, and they in turn just give it to colleges that offer classes such as glass blowing and,
Oh, I see.
just for sport. I guess
Ah.
you call it. Just for your info, we have not had a rebate, we've not been paid for any recyclables in at least 10 years. They're not purchasing, but they're not charging us to haul it away
Okay,
at this point.
at this point, okay. Oh, the other one I was thinking is cans. Okay, thank you.
On this one, I just have one question, Mr. Esparza. Do we have anywhere in the budget in reference to, I know that it's tight and we're being conservative, but in reference to the building, nothing?
No, but I mean, our maintenance people will go and make some repairs as needed, from just in the course of everyday work. And they've done a few in this past budget cycle. Some of the things were kind of needed to get looked at.
Right,
Yeah,
okay,
inside the building and a little bit out, more inside.
okay. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the landfill. Same amount of employees. The only thing maybe on the purchase property services, you may notice, there is a large amount there. I believe we're renting a
Dozer.
a dozer, so we put in money either to continue renting it or to possibly purchase it. So we're looking into that one as well.
Okay. Council, any questions in reference to this?
Not yet, no.
No? Mr. Molina?
Looks good, thank you.
No, looks good, thank you. Mr. Garza?
The dozer that's being rented, they're gonna be responsible for maintenance, right?
They are just maintenance, because it's leased, yes. That's the one you've heard me speak to, where we've been going back and forth with the vendor, if we can purchase it, give basically credit for the rentals, so.
That'd be good. And we went down 20,000 on fuel, that's awesome, thank you. And,
It is red.
yeah, right, is it red diesel?
Is it? It's red.
But no, thank you.
And I just wanted to ask also on this one, I know, what plans do we have? I know we've discussed about land and we've discussed about, those type of things.
So.
What was the question?
For the land that's for the future.
For the expansion of the landfill.
Imagine the
which-
sales out there?
Yeah, and we're looking at that, so we've been reviewing the constraints analysis and DESAR review that was provided by Hanson on some property. And so, actually, we have a staff meeting set up for Friday to talk about that, and then, of course, anything further, we'll have an executive session in one of the next meetings about land acquisition and locations and things like that. But we are working on that and getting some ideas of what we want to present and how we want to move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Next, on page 91, these are just transfers out. So there's one to the general fund, one to debt service. You will notice that one did decrease, but that was based on the solid waste allocation for their debt. And then we did put in 25,000 to the post-closure fund.
What was the last thing you said? To what fund?
The post-closure fund.
Okay.
For the landfill.
Mr. Molina, or that was all, Mr. Belka?
I'm good.
Mrs. Bone? Mr. Garza?
I'm okay for it.
Okay.
Next, we have the utility fund. On page 95, this is the summary of the fund. So currently, for right now, for proposed, we do show an excess of 1,750. There are some new fees that will contribute to the additional revenue, but like we said, we'll discuss that more when we go into the fee schedule. So we can begin on page 100, and this is for the utility billing collection.
This is for what, I'm sorry, you said?
The UB, utility billing.
Okay. Do we have any questions on the utility, any, before we move on, I'm sorry? No?
We're
You're
good.
good? Okay. Mrs. Bowen, anything? Mr. Garza? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I just jumped.
You're fine. I just, I wanted to ask, just some of the offsets that we're seeing, is that because we're planning on having Mr. Esparza, the RO, in,
On some of the, well.
or is that,
on
or that
95,
wasn't considered?
The charge for services, I mean, the difference there is on the wastewater side.
Oh, okay.
On some revenue that we're not expected to get in on the wastewater side.
Okay.
With contracts and people that are disposing. That's kind of a big change there.
With the expenses,
Yeah.
on the water production, just kind of wanted,
I can go through
Yeah,
those.
you'll see them
I'll
when we
go
get to
through
the
them.
expense
Okay.
side.
all right,
Yep.
thank you.
You're welcome. So on page 100, this begins with the utility billing expenses. There's, their department, they don't have too much, just basic office supplies, the billing for, they send it off, the billing, and their software maintenance, their annual payment.
Okay. Council, any questions on this? Mr. Beltran?
No, it looks good.
Mr. Molina?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
I probably asked this before, but what were the subscriptions?
That's like their
Email,
emails.
rent space.
For each Microsoft Outlook email address, there's a fee.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Yeah, I
Yes.
didn't know
That
that
was-
either.
Mr. Garza, I'm sorry, is that all? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Garza?
I'm all right for right now.
All right.
Okay, next, on page 102, we have the metering department. And, they don't have too much either. It's not too much for them, sorry. Maybe just some minor equipment, small tools. I know they needed some items.
Okay.
The vehicle repair maintenance services, it was a little bit high for revised, but they received some units, so they were just getting them,
Up and running.
yes. So that's why it went down for proposed, because it was just a one-time cost.
Mr. Garza, any questions on this?
No, ma'am, not right now.
Mrs. Bowen?
We have new meters installed, right? I mean,
New meters? Yes, ma'am.
okay. The software that we use to read them, is that in here?
No, because the initial contract that we had with them, there wasn't a software cost. It was part of the bundle to get them installed. It was a catch-all.
Okay, that's right.
So at this time, no, ma'am, we're not paying a separate software fee.
Okay. Oh, that's right, I remember something like that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
For reminding me. That's all.
Any other questions, council, on this? Mr. Beltran?
You know, the only thing I can see is like our fuel consumption. And I know we do our diligence trying to get the proper vehicles to get in and out of alleys and stuff like that, so just, yeah, that's the only thing I got, but that's for another day.
I had a quick question,
Right?
more of a nosy question, but is there a reason why the salaries were bumped a little bit?
That, on revised, I apologize, that was an error on my part. I need to adjust that.
Okay, it's all right. Thank you.
We did have a vacancy, but it's not,
Yeah, we
it
went through
wouldn't
some
be.
staff changes.
But it needs to go up a little bit.
Perfect, thank you.
Good catch.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, quick curiosity.
Sure.
question. How many vehicles do you have and people out there doing meter reading?
That are actually operable, at this point, we have 3. We have 4
Okay.
in the department, but one of them, we're struggling. We're gonna look for another vehicle. So we have 3 that are day-to-day.
Keep a hybrid in mind.
Yeah, we're looking for something small to get in the alleyways and everything, but they take a beating because of some of these alleyways and everything else. So
Have you considered like ATVs or?
we actually did, but surprisingly, the cost,
Pretty expensive.
they're pretty expensive. We actually did. There was some
Almost
that we,
expensive as a vehicle.
right, they really are.
By the cost of-
Air conditioner.
Well,
yeah.
we'll save money in fuel.
Right. No, we did. I actually have a flyer on my desk. They're really nice, but because some cities are moving towards that,
Right.
the utility vehicles, but surprisingly, the cost has really gone up on those.
Ford Mavericks, a little pickup truck.
That's what we were looking.
Little Rangers.
What do those run?
The ATVs or the Mavericks?
Mavericks.
The Mavericks, I think it was mid to high 20s, I believe.
Oh, did she send us prices?
I
don't know if
did not
she
receive
sent us
I want to
prices.
say it was
The prices vary.
mid, close to 30. I want to say it was like the 27 mark.
That's pretty decked out too.
And the thing we're also seeing, we're meeting with Enterprise, we have a lot of meetings with them, and the thing we're starting to see is now we can actually get our hands on the vehicle. It used to be where it was like a year and a half. You can put in an order right now, and you'd have to wait a year and a half, but that's starting to turn around, so we're hoping to take advantage of that and look into these.
No other questions? Yes. Council? Okay.
Next, on page 103, this is the utility funds, general service, and this also covers their bank charges, which is the credit card fees, insurance for their buildings, their units, their equipment, and then the last thing on here is a debt service for them, which is the annual payment for the meters.
So I guess before anything else, Councilwoman Bowman, I guess that you would see it here if you wanted to. It's not a
But it's not split
broken
out.
down software, it's basically looped into that.
Okay, thank you. Go.
Council, any questions in reference to this?
And when does that agreement end?
It was a 15-year, so,
Oh,
Still have a long way.
yeah, it was a 15-year. I can't remember.
I'll be retiring by then. Thank
I
you.
think this is that'll be year 3, I believe.
Thanks.
I'm not sure.
That was 4 million.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah.
You have any?
Yeah, the only thing is, again, the bank charges, that's something we're gonna have
Yeah.
to really look into.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's clear across the board, I think it's
Mhm.
something we could probably work on, so. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Molina?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Mrs. Bowen?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Page 104.
Yeah.
That's like, what?
No, I'm sorry, no, ma'am.
That's one we're on.
No?
Yes, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Next, we have water production, and expenses start on page 105. So there's a lot of changes on this department.
Yeah, Mayor, this is, we'll touch on what you were talking about earlier. So one on the salaries and wages change. So there's an employee that got hired out by Seven Seas to be on that side. And we were, with our production, it's going to change. We weren't needing that extra employee, so that changes on salaries and wages. When you go down, another big one is chemicals. So that's going to go down quite a bit because the production's expected to be less on the surface side. And the other ones are, we have other water purchases. That is for the City of Corpus Christi, our raw water fee. And that dropped, and this is going to be a transition year, so it just dropped from 1.4 to 400. What we're estimating is probably like $180,000. But, trying to be conservative, putting a number in there that we feel very comfortable with. And then the treated water purchase is the 1.6, also a pretty conservative number. Should be less than that. That's going to be the cost to pay for the treated water that's running through the RO plant. Those are the big changes on this worksheet. There's on revised, there is a $45,000 for desalination plant services. Those are some of the additional costs that we incurred getting some things ready for the plant as well on our side. And that's not going to be on this next proposed. It was kind of a one-time expenses.
Okay. Council, any questions?
So this department is very interesting because we're gonna see some major changes here soon. With the desal coming in, chemicals will be obviously a big thing, and then, so how's it gonna work with the purchasing? We're still gonna purchase water from the City of Corpus Christi?
As needed.
As needed.
Now, you got to remember, so when we're drawing from Lake Finley,
Right,
and we're putting in as much as we put in there, and there's evaporation
right.
and that happens as well. But an average of 3.5 or 3 million gallons a day we're using as we're putting in, we're drawing out. And Lake Finley does not get a whole lot of natural water. It gets some flow, but as we're needing less from there, we're not going to draw it down so quickly. And so, the estimates that we've had is about 180 to be safe, $180,000, but it'll change quite a bit because we're not going to have to be bringing a lot of water in. We still want to maintain that line. I mean, that's
Absolutely.
Yes.
something that we need to do. We have a backup for our plant, Lake Corpus Christi. We built a bypass in case we needed in case something happened to the pump station there. So we built a bypass. We're able to bypass Lake Finley now also if needed be, with generators and piping, and so we're ready for that. The freeze, we weren't able to pump as much water as we needed on a bypass during the freeze, and now we're able to now. So we needed to operate without those pump stations. We could, and with pumps and hoses, and so those things are always going to be there, as we need to have water. So we have to have those, all that still in proper running order. But the idea, of course, is that it's going to be less water from Lake Finley, hence less water from Lake Corpus Christi.
So do you ever see the water lines flowing the other way where we start to
Well,
become a,
yeah, I mean, that's interesting. We have a 30-inch and a 20-inch. I talked to Mathis. Mathis is, they're needing water, and they're pulling from Lake Corpus Christi too. They're in the same situation we're in. They just don't use as much water as we do. But we've, talked about the idea of, we have two lines. What do we run one back up
right,
for somebody along the way that needs water? Orange
Right.
Grove is along the way.
right,
And then
Sandia, Orange
Sandia,
Grove,
and
yeah.
then Mathis. So there's potential there. Preliminary, it's just, brainstorming ideas that we're talking about. So that could have potential because the necessity for two lines is less important
right,
right now, or in the future also.
right, absolutely. So this department definitely will show less expenses and just more revenue eventually.
In the future, maybe, right, but not,
Yeah.
not at the immediate,
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay. Well, that's it for me. I'm good.
Thank you. Mr. Molina?
Well, startup's always rough on anything, right? So, and then try to, see into the future of what it costs as long. Now, are we still gonna be blending like a certain percentage of water coming in? These are the main purchases,
Yeah.
right? The 400.
And so, we'll always have, so the purchases there may be the natural flow that comes into Lake Finley. We're just the plant will be tapered down. We don't want it to be no production, we want it to be some production. Be able to keep it, old and operating. And so there'll be water coming from Lake Finley. And we're gonna pull it, just how much, those are the things that are hard to gauge. I mean, we've had meeting after meeting to try to figure that out. It's not an easy thing to figure out, but we have an idea that, we know that we're gonna need less water from Lake Corpus Christi. Because in a way, we're gulping water out of Lake Finley right now. It just happens. And then once we need less water from the surface side, now we're just sipping from a straw a little bit. And that's kind of an analogy to say how we're doing it and how it's going to be in the future. But yeah, we do want to still fund some raw water purchases, no doubt.
We had talked about it for a long time anyway, and it was part of the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowen?
Everything starts with a plan, looking 5-10 years down the road, looking into being self-sufficient and saving money and providing quality product for our citizens, so. And thank you, Michael, for working on that. I know you and your team.
So it's a lot of our staff, a lot of our
Yes,
people
Yes.
from all sides. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
everybody's
Big
involved
production.
in any project like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. Good job. Thank you, Mayor.
We have good people,
Yes, we do.
have good employees, good staff.
Yeah.
And I just want to add something before we get to Mr. Garza. The facility repair maintenance services, that also kind of got voided out as well, pretty much, right, to help out.
And which one was that? I'm sorry.
All the way down under category 60.
From 35 to 5.
I believe we're doing that is because we're hopeful of the MITMOD funding. And so if we receive that, we have a lot of these repairs planned, and being paid through that funding.
Right, like 90 grand? Nice.
The-
81.
No, the
No,
90
the
grand.
4 oh,
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
Oh, yes.
He's saying
No
from
one-
the last
Yes,
time,
it was-
yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Got it.
like dropped.
Thank you.
Good.
Mr. Grimes?
The only real concern that I've got or question is, the pump that we're renting at the diesel plant. Are we still renting that, or have we got any word about our pump that we're gonna be getting?
For the desal, the ground.
The diesel pump that we're renting for, what, 20,000 a month?
Right, we had some mechanical issues with it. It's been pulled and it's actually at the shop and they're tearing it apart to give us a report back to see if the extent of the damage. They're hoping they have another one there at the shop to send back to us. That way we won't slow down the, as far as the production on the groundwater side, because they're ready to test their filter system. So, yes, it's down for right now, but as soon as they can have it back to us, we'll stab it in the hole and we'll go from there.
But in the permanent pump, at our last meeting, was it 5 weeks?
About 5 weeks.
About 5
Yeah,
weeks.
that's what I was
5 weeks out.
Yeah, the electrical showed up today, McDonald's is there to do the electrical, so it's all moving forward and a big plus for us.
But that temporary was only gonna be good for a little while anyway, right?
Yeah, we weren't expecting it to,
8
yeah.
months or something.
Be
Imagine we're
permanent.
out.
Correct, and this is one of the things that, what we're doing things right now is to make sure that when we go in with our stuff, our permanent stuff, it's gonna work and ready to rock and roll with it.
I'm just out of curiosity, are they still charging us rent for it, even though it's broken down, we're not using it?
I have no idea if they are or not, I would think so,
yeah.
but I don't know.
There's things that I'll negotiate with them. Yeah.
It is a crazy question, but like, okay, once we get the permanent in, what's our backup for the permanent one?
When we get a
Good
pump in,
question.
we'll have to have some other pumps in place. I know with the well number 2 being drilled here shortly, we'll have a pump dedicated to that, but in the meantime, we could use it at well number 1 if we have to. We can go that route. And we'll do some shopping around to see what's out there. We gotta have backups. That's the whole point of this RO project, is to not pump as much from Lake Corpus Christi, and it'll pay itself off if we have some pumps on the shelf, motors, things of that nature.
Now, would
I
there
talked
be,
to, I talked to Councilman Garza about this, and one of the things was, the pump that's currently there, the one we're renting or whatever it is, could that be the next pump for well number 2, and then?
Short
and then-
term, short term?
And then the other thing is, what would it cost to purchase that versus renting it? What the other, and I know I've been back and forth with that.
Yeah, again, something I'm sure Mr. Esparza can negotiate
Yeah.
with Weisinger, because that's who we're renting that equipment from.
Are they run intermittently, or do they run all the time, or this
No,
one?
the goal is to run 24/7. That's the whole key between RO is they have to be running, or would like to be running 24/7.
And they keep up with the maintenance and everything?
Win-win for them and a win-win for us.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
and the permanent ones, they're stainless steel or something, correct? Or,
Permanent, yes.
now, the replacement ones that you want on the shelf, hopefully they would be the same material, correct?
Correct. The only thing that's tough about that is, once you purchase them, the warranty starts.
Ah,
So, that's the catch on that.
gotcha.
And
When I'm having a
they're
hard-
back ordered also.
What I'm having a hard time wrapping my head was, how do they determine the shelf life on a pump? And why would they, like a temporary pump versus our main pump, and we're paying for something that it's gonna be very temporary? I mean,
Well, but, and the reason of that, because, the lead time's on the permanent material. And, what we have to remember is, these things are, we're kind of bound to the Texas Water Development Board timelines. So some things can't be released for purchase until they give you the green light. And that usually takes a while, and that's why the actual purchase date, is later than what, anybody would typically want. So then they have the lead time of, 38 weeks, and some are 52 weeks, and so those things happen, and in order to get water going, we needed to have the route of having something temporary. But on pumps and motors, I mean, Demetrio, the Lake Corpus Christi, how long, those things have been there, so the motors made, a couple of them are, we rebuilt them and they're original.
Yeah.
Right,
There too,
for
yeah.
the most part. I think we purchased one, that was maybe 8-10 years ago. Other than that, they're built and designed to last forever, to run 24/7, run them hard. That's
Exactly.
what they're designed.
exactly, so how do you determine the shelf life on it? Because I asked about the temporary pump, and they said that thing will be no good after a certain time.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was the
but
material.
using it.
that's
They were
because of the
using
material.
a metal for salt water when they should have been using stainless.
Yeah.
So they were actually using the wrong pump.
That don't make any sense to me, why we're doing that.
Well, it's because that's what you can get your hands on temporarily
At the time.
to be able to pump water.
Those are to meet timelines too,
Yeah.
because we're, according to whatever we agreed to,
We-
it was to meet the
But this is not a, it didn't just pop up on us, we've known about this, and we've had time to plan this.
But I had the same argument. What happened was, they kept, I mean, we had to be applying and waiting for the funds, and we're kind of like the stepchild, whatever, kind of in the back, like, oh, you know, we were kind of waiting, hurry up and wait.
Yeah.
I was frustrated about this a while back, but this is kind of.
I don't want to be a stepchild, I want to be, you know.
Well, you know,
Well,
what?
but-
Well, when you're borrowing money, you have to be, because we had to do all these things before we got the money,
Prior
right?
to it, yeah.
And jump through all these hoops, and that's why we're waiting.
We're
and-
paying it back, we're not, it's not free money, you know.
Yeah, but when you're dealing with TWDB, there's things that they won't let you do. And so if we want to give a release to order some material, I mean, we can't because we don't have the funds, and plus, they don't want you to do that until they tell you, yeah, this is, you cross your Ts, dot your Is on this, you sent this in. And so those things, I mean, you know, it's the regulation of TWDB, it happens. And those causes, they cause delays.
And they cost
And so-
money.
Right, and they
Lot
do
of
cost money. And there's a lot of regulation, and a lot of it's understandable, and some are just, you know, it happens. And part of the reason when I was asked to go testify to one of the Senate committees was they were asking about the timeframes that were, you know, we were under and other people are under when you're dealing with TWDB and TCQ, and there are delays because of that. So we can't give somebody a go-ahead to purchase something if we know we don't have the approval for the money yet. And certainly they don't want to do it because they know that they don't have approval for the money yet. And there were even things that we couldn't even move anything out there on our own property and even move dirt to get ready for a pad until we finished an EID, an environmental information document. And this is property that we've been on for a long time. You know, our maintenance and construction is, you know, rolling through there. We store pipe, we have equipment, but they just didn't want you to do any kind of dirt work to even build a slab. So those are things, and you're right, Mayor Pro Tem, about I mean, we're borrowing the money from them as a bank in a sense. And so there's a lot of regulation on there.
So you figure we have the pre-approval for everything before we get started, you know, and that way we would have no delays. Because those delays cost money, you know, and they cost tremendous amount of money. And that's something that, you know, it almost seems like it's orchestrated, you know, to be able to, and I'm not saying it's conspiracy or anything, but it really, I can't understand it. How a delay like that, we have to pay for the delay, you know.
But we were supposed to have that pump in May, or April, April, right? The permanent one.
Permanent?
Right with Norris when we were.
I think it was April, I
When I
recall.
said, well, just shut it down, right? Like, why are we running it? Because we're paying $6,000 a week or something. I forget what it was.
Right.
They're like, no, we're contracted, we have to do this, and our hands were basically tied. I was just as
And they needed
frustrated
it
as you, but
for testing and for, right?
60 days or not, what is it, something like that?
Something about the line or the well
A lot
too.
of hurdles.
It doesn't make it right regardless. I
Yeah.
think.
Well, you know, Mr. Molina said, Councilman Molina said about back order stuff. I mean, could that pump be back ordered and just on the shelf over there with them until we purchase stuff like that? I mean,
I have no idea, something that is
Do we even have it budgeted for that? Because it's an expensive pump, right?
yeah,
Monster.
that too, yeah.
Yeah,
Then-
So hopefully in 5 months, hopefully we'll have the,
The permanent? You know, at our last meeting, I thought that we were talking about 5 weeks to get some other.
I mean, 5
the
months, I
permanent
said
piping.
5. I said 5 months, 5
I was
weeks.
like, we've already been,
I'm sorry.
There's another $100,000.
I don't know.
You're late. You don't want
I
to.
was like, where'd you get that?
I'm sorry. I'm still
Mauricio.
asleep.
Oh, your eyes over there. Sorry.
5 months.
I meant 5 weeks,
5
sorry. Hopefully in 5 weeks, we'll have that. Okay, all right. The only other question I had was, with what we have right now, are we gonna be able to deliver to pump that 3 million per day with what we have right now, or
Well, no, because we haven't started drilling well number 2, so right now, no, but
it'd be the
all that's
half? Okay,
kind of working its way,
okay,
yeah.
sorry. All right, thank you. Council, no other questions? They're busy right now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, next we have maintenance and construction. And their department begins on page 108. Now, this department does, of course, all of the water repairs, water leak repairs, sewer backup repairs. So you'll just notice a lot of items like the caliche, cushion sand, water, wastewater supplies. Then there are, on the next page, some money for water system improvements and wastewater system improvements.
Council, any questions on this? Mr. Beltran?
Can you come back to me, Mayor?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Medina?
No, we're good. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
Excuse me. So when our water department our sewer department has repairs, where does the street maintenance,
That would be on the general fund.
It would be
on the
come out of the
on
general?
Department. Mhm.
guess I didn't miss that, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gatson?
The $300,000 for extra help, is that what, temp workers or?
Yes.
Geesh. Okay. The utility and charge-out expense, that went up, what is that exactly?
That's when they just do like a little part of a line, repairs to it.
Gotcha. Like a-
Now, if, on page 109, water system improvements, that's like more, they did more of the line to, where we'll capitalize it.
Gotcha, gotcha. And on equipment rental and hire, we went up there. Are we, got new equipment that we're?
I think that was a vacuum truck and
Just in case.
Just in case on
ours is
parts of
down,
these, yeah.
And we needed to rent out some equipment. But we also, yes, the enterprise vehicles are in here.
Oh, the lease
the trucks.
Yes.
Right.
And then we put in a little bit extra in case they needed to rent out a vacuum truck or anything.
And I don't know if y'all would know this, but you had mentioned the caliche, so they'll go in, they'll do the patchwork. You drive in front of my house, there's plenty of them, you'll see what I'm talking about. When they fill it in with a caliche, is that the final move, or do they do a blacktop cover, or do they do a pea gravel, or how is it that?
Yeah, they're supposed to go back and fill that and usually leave, the timeframes vary, depending on how busy they are, but, once they leave the caliche there to settle, they'll come put another layer. And then they should come in when we have enough and do some blacktop on top of that.
Thank you.
Mr. Esparza, in this department, this is the one, does this encompass like what we're doing, those projects for King Street, Hickey, and all those?
That's special projects.
It's under
So we'll-
special.
mhm,
Okay.
It'll be in 2 more departments.
Okay.
Two more
Okay.
points. page
And then
13.
we added one position, or where it increased, or for salary wages?
For this department or for special?
This one? This one.
No.
No? Okay. I had
The way
seen,
I remember it is maintenance and construction does all the repairs and special projects does the new construction.
Right.
okay. I guess I was looking at the 162 and now it's 228 on the, but I was just wondering.
But that was 2 years.
Yeah.
May have been the
From
other
then
big-
Yeah,
and then the,
from that part.
okay. Okay. Council, any other questions? We're good?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, next we have the wastewater treatment plant department. Um, So, on, one thing we did have to go up on the chemicals, from last year's adopted to this year's adopted, the chemical prices were, higher, so we did increase that one. And, the testing as well. Environmental testing and sampling, yes, we did go up on that one as well. And that's all that stuff that's required for us to submit to TCEQ, so.
Hey, council, any questions? Mr. Beltran?
This might sound a little out there, but we spend 200,000 on electricity, wastewater. Have we ever considered, like, solar panels and all that good stuff? I mean, I know there's so many variables, and I know there's a cost up front, but is that ever considered at all for things like this?
We haven't out there, but what we are looking at is across the board, of course, we're with TCAP on the utilities. It's an organization that we're members of that supposedly negotiates the lowest rates around. And we're looking at that to try to see if we can get lower rates out there in the open market also. So, because overall, we do use quite a bit of electricity with all the facilities we have. And,
Sure.
But it's something to consider if we need to look at it. But there is quite a bit of draw out there.
Yeah.
And just remember, this is for 2 separate plants, so
Right.
it's not just one.
I'm just trying to say wherever we can inject a little bit of green energy, I know that a lot of the providers that are local will provide, that as well, but it's just something to consider. Sometimes it's not even worth it, but it's something to at least look at, I would think.
Mr. Molina?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Mrs. Bowen? No, thank you. Mr. Garza?
You already touched on the chemicals. Another quick question is, we've got an extra $8,000 for equipment hire, or what does it do? Yeah, equipment rent.
I'm not sure, what do they rent from there? Do they have any units?
They do.
They do, and what else?
On the wastewater side, equipment.
Equipment hire and rentals.
We've got about $28,000
Would that be for
scheduled
the?
for equipment rental.
Maybe the sludge?
What's it called?
Is it the sludge?
Well, it's not the clean out.
No,
it's
that'd be
just the,
services, right?
As everything's going up, we just went ahead and up that one line just to ensure that we have the monies for it. We do rent quite a bit of equipment out there for different projects, and it's just covered for that cost.
Got you. All right.
And again, like Mr. Gabriel Zandua mentioned, it's 2 plants, so we have to do the same process at both plants on a yearly basis.
Thank you. And that's it. Well, actually, professional services, that went down from 32,000 to 5,000. Not that I'm gonna complain about that, but
Right, that was, back to what's mentioned at the last meeting. You'll see it at the garage, you'll see it at the airport, you'll see it at the landfill, water, wastewater. That's the environmental inspections that are being performed by a certain agency that we're gonna be revisiting that.
Cool.
thank you.
Thank you, Demetrio.
And also to tag along on that, we're also gonna visit to see if our city engineer can help out on doing
Right.
some of this
Okay,
Great. Thank you.
He'll be able to.
okay.
Okay, next we have special projects. So one of the big things you'll notice is the salaries. This will go down, this is what's hit so far, or what we project to hit, but this is where we will allocate some money for grant work or ARPA funds, things like that. So that will go down. That's why next year you see it's much less. Let's see. There's not too much else on this one. Like I said, this department is the one who would be installing the new lines. This is the construction fund, or department, sorry.
Okay, council, any questions? Mr. Beltran?
No, I think I can go right now. I'm good.
Mr. Molina?
That looks good. This is where the money needs to go. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mrs. Brown?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
I noticed we did a transfer to general fund, almost, we went from 1.5 million to 1.79 million. And our transfer from debt to service dropped from 800,000 to 300,000. I guess two-part questions. Why did our general fund transfer go up so much? And how are we doing on our overall debts that we were able to bring that down so much?
But on the, so the finance has an allocation for each fund, and it changes yearly, and based on how much time the general fund spends on all these separate funds. So she's got an allocation for the transfer to general fund on the transfer to debt service. The reason that's less is we're having the funds cover their debt service proportionally. In the past, and you'll see this along on some of the other funds. So the general fund has covered some debt service. Why? I don't know why it's been done that way. The recommendation has been from the financial advisors to have the debt service fund cover the debt service, because that's an accurate way of accounting for it. So this year, we finally said, let's go ahead and do that with the two funds?
Three
funds?
3 funds.
Yeah. So that changes the allocations on that as well.
This one, it may seem silly, but we went into catering from 300 to 1,000. Is that for
Yeah, I saw that.
all the waters or what?
Waters.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And how much debt does the city have?
Total debt, we'll get to the debt service fund. I think it's about 30,
30.
34, something like that. I remember, the school was asking for about 34, and I remember thinking that number is pretty close to what we have in total debt.
That's
All
right.
right, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, no other questions.
No? Okay.
It's right here, but I don't have
Well, we put on here contribution to AWA. What was that?
That was that contract that we negotiated with them for the part of the well number 2 that they're funding.
Okay.
It's that reimbursement for that.
And you had mentioned in this, we have it incorporated on those streets that we're working on. It's budgeted in here for to complete the streets that we're currently working on. That's part of the ARPA funds or
On streets? Not
Oh,
on, but it'll be on streets.
on special projects? See, I always get them all.
Special projects is like you were mentioning, like on the King Street
Well, that's
grant.
what I'm asking.
That one, yes.
So it's
That's
in
part of
here.
it. So that's why, like, for instance, like she mentioned to begin with the salaries, until we get the reimbursement from the grants, that's why it's showing high for right now,
Okay.
449, then it'll drop
This is
ARP.
for King Street, for
Right.
the other ones that we've done? Okay. All right. Because we've had a lot of people
Yeah.
calling us about those.
Yeah, Joe's been keeping busy.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Okay.
Okay, next we have the airport fund. On page 119, we have the summary of the revenue and expenditures. And, we, basically zeroed out, this fund. Now, on the revenues, you will notice that Jim Wells County does show a full contribution. We are still working on this with them and communicating with the county, so this could change, and once we get more clarification, we'll come back to you with that info. But the other revenues that we generally have are the fuel flow fee and then the lease rentals for the airport.
Council, any questions in reference to the airport fund? Mr. Beltran?
Do you mind elaborating on what you're working with the county?
We've basically funded the operations of it for the last 10 years or so.
A lot.
Or more?
Or more, I'm sorry. And so basically, it was, the way we look at it is it's a joint ownership. And so the county's helped us out when it comes to a grant, but on the actual operations, we haven't been receiving
So for 10 years, this county hasn't paid it.
on operations. Well, no, they've made partial
They made a
payments
payment
here
in
and there.
there.
They've
Well, yeah,
made
to
partial
be clear,
payments.
so, they have made some payments, and we've sent some invoices, and at times they do pay a little bit of them. But, so in 2017.
What do you mean a little bit of them, like partial?
2017 toward the operations, they paid 32,000, and in 2019, they paid 17,000. Their invoice was 23, they paid 17. And I say their invoices, it was several invoices that we've submitted, so
So how do they justify that? Or why is that okay?
that's why we met with them to get all that straight, to see what, I know they were telling us it's not, but they don't have it in their budget, so that's why we got ahead. And this year with
Budget.
Mayor Pro Tem and our staff went over there and met with them and talked about, well, your budget's not till, doesn't start till January 1st, so we wanted to get ahead and make sure these things are included in your budget, so.
What was their feedback? What was their?
They hate us. I was kidding.
Like, what?
Nah, they love.
We just need agree on a new updated contract on how,
Well, no,
Please.
I mean, so on the airport, I don't think we need a contract. I mean, they own half of it. There's some contract
Right.
for some other things.
Yeah.
But on the airport, they own half of it, and, we don't have to have an agreement to know that the expenses should be split. If you own half, we own half. Well, that's how we do it. Now, we can get a contract together for some of the other things that we do, and we can include it in the contract. We want to make it formal, but obviously, it's half, the expenses should be half the county. So, I mean, we're gonna ask them to fund it for a few years. We've funded it for 10 years. We don't ask. I mean, we just do it because we
But
have
we've
to.
been invoicing them.
We have been invoicing.
So this agreement we have with them, when was this established, and we do a time when this was?
Was it
It's more like a
50s?
gentleman's agreement, right?
19.
Operation
what was it?
cooperation.
Something in writing.
Yeah, the Operation Corporation is an old agreement from the
60s, I believe.
I think from the
Early
60s.
60s.
And it talks about, that one talks about the airport, talks about the library, covering 45% of the library expenses. That hadn't been happening. So we talked about that as well. That one, we do need to formalize a new agreement if the old one's not counting, I guess. So,
I'm urging you to revisit every interlocal agreement we have with them, everything that we have, and we need to stop this bleeding that we have. And this airport we have, what's the name of it? What is the formal name of it?
Alice International.
Nelson National Airport.
Okay. And then the Jim Wells County, for the past 10 years, has not contributed their share.
Well, they paid a little bit, right?
Paid a little bit.
Okay.
They, But it's been a few years.
Yeah, and last year, I mean,
The
we didn't
invoices
get
started stacking up.
but we have given in invoices. They just haven't contributed to that. Now, when we have the ramp grant and matches, yeah, we go before them and here's a ramp grant, it's usually 50-50. For some reason, it's been 50-50. I mean, they encompass the whole county, so anything that they pay, the Alice taxpayers are paying anyway. So I even question whether it should be 50-50, but we've done that in the past. And so they have paid the ramp grant portion, just the ongoing operational expenses is where we haven't been able to get reimbursed.
I guess for fairness, we need to get the agreement and maybe show it to them. I don't know if they have it or they understand it, but for some reason, there's no clarity on any of this stuff with them, and it's wishy-washy. Everything is it should be, it could be, and that verbiage is very not accountable. So it needs to be it is or it isn't, yes and no, that it could be. So that's something that we definitely need to work on.
So you mentioned 2017, 2019, that they paid something. Was that the last time we received?
No,
payment?
in 2020, we invoiced them 19,000, they paid 2,000. In 2021, we invoiced them 29,000, they paid 7,900. In 2022, we invoiced them 37. We didn't get any payments. In 2023, we invoiced them 71,000, and that's when we had the additional expense of a part-time airport manager to manage that, so the expenses went up that year. And we actually had a meeting, finance and I, and them, and handed them the invoices. But yeah, so 22 and 23, there hadn't been any payments toward the operations.
So, this may be a silly question, but it's like anything, when somebody doesn't pay their bills, you follow up with them and ask what the reason is. Do we do that part? Like, okay, this invoice is still pending, not the full balance has been paid?
I mean, finances,
I think it's, the response we're getting is a lot what Councilman Beltran is stating. It's basically, they feel there's no clarity on what their part is, their responsibility is. And so that's what we've been trying to have several meetings with them to get that clarity and make sure we're on the same page. But that's the response we're getting
Plus,
basically.
the leadership has changed hands
Right.
multiple times.
Several
with
times.
the judges, and so then they come in and, because they actually were helping us out with the library for a little while.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then they.
But that's still an agreement we've had with them.
And then they cut it off. What's that?
That's the agreement we've had, right? Even the library.
Was
was
it
supposed to be-
50,000 a
They want
year?
to see that. They want to see everything in writing.
Well, that wasn't, the library one, I believe, was where we were pointing to the cooperation agreement, but the 50,000 that they were funding is not 45% of the expenses.
Right.
And so I think they were thinking that was tied to if you remember, we were paying for the librarian in Fremont. And when that person.
Citizens of, taxpayers of Alice were paying for Fremont.
Right.
Fremont Library, and we
And so
stopped that.
it was 2 years ago, and when they, the person, I don't know if they resigned or retired, or we chose not to fill that position because why are we paying for that? And at that time, the county said, well, if you're not going to fill it, I guess we're not going to give you the 50,000. And I said, I don't think that 50,000 is tied to that to begin with, but so they haven't funded that either.
How do they justify that?
Well, they didn't pay the 50,000 all the time either, right? I mean, there was
I think they were regular for a few years, yeah.
for a few
But
years.
that stopped after that.
But they did acknowledge they had the invoices there. They just didn't, they requested
They
like
had
something in writing.
Yeah, I just, and.
We're
so
working on it.
We're continuing having those conversations with them, and, we've got several things that kind of, we work on with them. The airport obviously is jointly owned. That's pretty easy to figure out. On the fire side, which we talked about last budget, there's, almost probably 20% of the fires that we fight outside the city limits as a primary responder.
We pay for it.
Remember, we talked about it, not mutual aid. Mutual aid we do everywhere, but this is where our citizens have to pay for that out there. And so that's something we need to work on.
Is there an outstanding tally total of what preliminary they might owe us?
I mean,
Yes, there should be a balance of all those invoices
I
that are
mean,
unpaid.
You had a ballpark, I know you.
Well, I mean-
But they can't do it legally, right, according to their budget.
well, no, yeah, I mean, when you say, I can tell you what what we invoiced them in the past 10 years on the airport was $307,000. You know, we invoiced them that, but we didn't collect nearly any of that, 32, 49, 6, it probably collected about 60,000. On the fire side, I mean, the running total of what we've expensed as a primary response outside the city limits is about, in the past 5-6 years, is about $3.5 million.
Yeah.
Those are big numbers. That's on average about $500,000 a year that we spend being the primary responder.
It seems to me that's the rest of the story, right?
Yeah.
Seems like
Well, it's time that we
We
follow
also
up with
maintain the
those
levy.
things.
The levy's owned by the county. We maintain inside the city limits. And they do maintain outside the city limits regularly, but, you know, I think maybe there was an old agreement also that said we were gonna maintain inside. I guess as old as the Operation Cooperation Agreement, which, I mean, we follow. We're maintaining the inside
Right.
the city limits.
Yeah, I know Robert mentioned earlier about the old gentleman's agreement and the old handshakes and everything, but that doesn't work today. And that needs to be solidified, as soon as possible.
Well, now that you brought this up before their budget hearing, are they in agreement that they're gonna bring that up? I mean, or do we have to provide something for them?
Well, when we left that meeting, I mean, Mayor Protem, you want to speak to that a little bit? I mean, from that meeting, what you gathered from there?
I honestly felt like we had a good conversation. It was a little intense for a little while, and they kind of finally opened up to understanding that we have been invoicing them. They did not one was under the impression we were not invoicing them, and we said, no, we did. So we were able to show that.
Okay.
And then they were gonna have some conversations, and it led me to believe that they're open to trying to see what they can do and work with us. We do have to solidify some of these agreements, Mr. Beltran,
Yeah,
and we're gonna work, I think, we're all trying to work together to make sure we come to where it's fair to our taxpayers.
We are gonna come to an agreement. It's
Yeah.
not, we'll see, or whatever.
No, it's not, we'll see,
We're
but we
going
have
to come to an
to.
agreement with them.
All right, so we're looking at $307,000 from the airport alone that they technically owe us, if not more.
Well, 60,000 they paid of that invoice.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying.
Yes.
And then, of course, fire, you mentioned 3.5 million last year. There's the library, $50,000 a
From
year
2018.
from 2018.
And I use that number I use 18 because, so we have new software that lets us automatically plug in, ask for the reports. What did we fight outside the city limits of what
Yes.
mutual aid that was outside of it where we were the primary responder? And so Patrick's, he's able to get that information very quickly. Now, before that, you know, the numbers have been pretty close, but it was more of a manual process. And so, you know, this has been going on for a long, long time, so,
Okay, so that 3.5 million is
That's
since
from
2018.
2018.
Since then.
yeah, where we have
Till current.
really quickly accessible records to be able to
Yeah.
plug in.
And so that means it could be more.
Well, if you go back, yeah, it's
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
What contributions have they made to
So-
that?
So they do. I mean, sometimes we do get equipment from them.
Okay.
Sometimes we get a fire truck, or sometimes it's a brush truck. I think the last one we got was a brush truck, Patrick. What was it?
The last time I think we got a tanker.
Tanker?
And when was that?
Okay.
Yeah, but the tanker's
the-
for the
Why would-
county.
why would we
because
need a tanker in
doesn't
the
need a
city?
tanker. We've got pump trucks and we've got hydrants. So they
Yeah,
can
that's
say they're
the county.
giving it to us, but they're actually for themselves, in which
To
we're
fund
having.
for their needs.
Exactly.
Well, I do want to add that in that meeting, it was very productive.
Yeah.
But they were dumbfounded by the fact that we had invoices and we had, you know, primary response to these outer areas and basically citizens' tax dollars going to that. You know, they you know, admitted that they had invoices. Like the mayor said, that there was, you know, one person said, well, you know, you invoices, we'll pay it, you know, and we're like, well, we've been invoicing you, you know, and
They're stacked up.
And Michael was very adamant about it, and Michael was like, hey, you're 100% responsible for half of the airport, you know, the
Yeah.
library, the levy, You know, so it was an awkward situation because these folks are our friends. We see them in town and we shake hands and we know them. But this is, one entity, expressing, the needs of our constituents. And that's why Michael invited, Mayor Carrasco and I to go down there and visit with them. And like I said, it was an awkward conversation, but these conversations are never easy, right? Because,
They're necessary.
we know the numbers, we see how much money they bring in versus everything, it's on our shoulders and what we have to do with it. And that was, kind of the passion of the conversation there. So it's my understanding they're going to bring it up to the court and the ball's and literally in their court. But I know that they were really, their defense was, well, we want to see it in writing. Where is it? Like, show it to us. So, and like Michael was saying, well, we jointly own the airport, so that right there should be,
Just show them the deed with both the names on it.
right.
So the library expense, I think at one time it's kind of considered a county library. I understand that. We have to have an agreement to work those. But, on the fire side, there's clearly fighting fires outside the city limits. We should get reimbursed for that.
1/5 of our calls, right? Like we
Yeah,
talked about.
that's not, our taxpayers shouldn't be funding that bill for outside the city limits. And then the airport, it is jointly owned, so pretty clear that we should, at least, cost share that.
Well, I'm adamant they're gonna wanna work with us, because our success is theirs and vice versa, and same thing with their schools.
But Judge Trevino was very respectful and very accommodating, and like I said, he gave us a lot of hope. So
It's good.
hopefully keep our fingers crossed that we can hold hands and get some help, for really what they owe, really what it comes down to.
That's good. Good to hear.
Yeah, because you'd like to be in an ideal world because, all the money they owe us with the airport, the money with the fire, the money that they owe us with the library, the levy, and then the fact that they're taking, last year they took $2 million in sales taxes from us alone. I mean, this is an astronomical amount of money that they're taking from us.
But you're going to work on that, right?
Watch. Hey, tell me what meeting to be at and I will be there.
Absolutely.
Trust me.
Absolutely.
But
No,
yeah, we
but
need
we've
to do
discussed
something
that.
about that. We can't, and they keep throwing the ball down the road and we go through the budget hearing and they ignore us again.
I think this
I
is
know, we've
what,
talked
this
about
is
this
the
before.
reason why we met. Mr. Esparza had that, he says this is no longer, we have to discuss this, hard conversation or not, we owe our taxpayers that due diligence, and we did, and they produced some, so it's not gonna be something that's gonna be kicked down the road. All of us are responsible for making sure that happens, and we are. And I
Because
think
Michael
we
had
did a
been
good
reaching
job.
out to them.
Yes.
But like I said, there's an elephant in the room, and then Michael said, well, let's get you all out there so they can hear from you all. And so hopefully, like I said, good things will come from this.
Yes, I felt good then.
I mean, really, as a taxpayer of Alice, I mean, we pay taxes to the city and to the county, and still, no negotiation. So, yeah, I hope that our county judge doesn't give us hope. I hope he gives us a check, and
He
that's-
wants money. You don't want no hope in your words.
He was good. He was
Yeah, he's
he had
good.
his wallet out, but
Ah,
and no pun, Pete.
and a bunch of moths just flew out of it. No, but thank you for doing that, Michael,
I'm
and
sure we'll work it
But
out.
I know we talked about it in
We're
the
not asking
past.
for anything that's not.
No.
It belongs
no,
to the
but to
taxpayer.
follow up on it.
Right.
it's what's owed to
It's
We're-
the
the money we're
citizen
spending.
back.
Right.
Right.
Outside the city limits.
I mean, we're sitting here with this budget and we're trying to crunch numbers and we're
Right.
trying to do all these things. And yet we're
Right,
owed all this money, and this makes it very difficult for our employees to do their job. And it's just unnecessarily more stress on everybody here because of what is owed to us.
Agreed.
And that is something that
It's true.
they should never put us in this predicament. We shouldn't be here. And like I said, our success is their success, and I hope that we all realize that.
Let's keep things fair.
at the
We
end of
don't
the
pay
day.
our bills, they repossess things, they put liens on us and all so on and so forth. So let's keep things fair.
Thank you, Michael. Sounds good.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Good conversation. Good discussion.
Yeah, all that. 49 cents we get we make it stretch, so out of the $2.60 that taxpayers pay, we only get 49 cents to provide our water, our sewer, our streets, our everything.
Yeah, I know.
You know, speaking of that percentage, Michael, the last time we did a pie chart that we sent out on our water bill was what, 2019? Or was it 16? No, it was
I
when
think
I
it
was on,
was- it was
I was
more
on city
recent than that.
council at the
Yeah.
time. I think it was 2019. We need to do that again, so the public is educated on the new rates.
Yeah, Mike.
Appreciate that. Just one more thing to do, Michael.
That was my pie chart.
It really helped,
That was my,
yeah.
2016?
But we did it again in
Yeah,
2019.
we did a dollar bill.
Oh, yeah, the dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something that we had
That's my
to,
idea.
we had, no, the dollar, that was good. But yeah, that was
Let it
some,
come up with-
because I didn't know how it, even, I was
How much the county gets, how much the city. and-
dumbfounded about how it really worked, you know, and it was very helpful, and there's still people today in our city.
That don't
that
understand.
don't know that, and I think we need to do more of education to inform them on how these things work.
Always,
So-
so they know what we're dealing with when we do these budgets.
I'm glad he brought that up, because we talked about doing our own collection
That too.
and working that in there.
Right.
That way, you know, an actual citizen can look at it and say, wow.
See, this is what they pay to the city.
This is all the city gets,
This is
right? Because
only-
most people write a big old check and they think that they automatically come to us.
Right.
I know I used to before I,
The appraisal district used to be,
Right, they
Right
were
here.
downstairs.
but yeah, we can start working that into it. That'd be cool. Michael, put that down. On your
To-do list.
honeydew.
Honeydew. All right,
Okay.
great.
That'll open
Yes.
some eyes.
yeah, no, definitely.
Good job,
Okay,
Pete.
we can look at some of the airport expenses,
That was a better one.
on page 124.
124?
Yes.
Okay.
There's one groundskeeper out there and then a part-time manager, so there's not much on the salaries. On minor information tech equipment, the 727, we just purchased a laptop for the manager. And, on page 125, this is more the ramp grant. So we do budget 100,000 in expenses. And this grant just changed to a 90-10, so we will be reimbursed 90% of that. That's it for the airport, really.
Council, any questions in reference to this?
Type of internet service that we have out there.
I believe we just added
Is it Spectrum?
I believe we just added Spectrum out there.
And it encompasses the entire airport, is it?
The FBO and now, I believe, I wish Jim was here, but, or Hector, I think for Tim, I think we got something for Tim.
Yeah.
Spectrum's out of deal.
But is it only for the FBO, the main hangar, the terminal, or is there also something for Tim?
From what I remember seeing that it's one service and then the other building gets it. So we have an access point connected to it.
Access point, okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hector.
Okay, I'm good.
Mr. Molina,
That looks good, thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
So there's no TCEQ fees, state fees? Is that like every other year, or what is that? On the bottom under professional services?
TCQ, no.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Mr. Garza? No? We're good. Oh, the electricity over there, what do we supply electricity to other
Johnny
than the
has a
FBO?
hangar,
It's probably the lights too.
and then.
Just all the,
lights.
okay.
Mhm.
And then, huh? We still do the test, though. Is that in here too?
Yeah, the
The
AR,
sample.
they do the sampling
Okay.
for the,
Stormwater.
for the storm drain, there you go, storm.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Okay,
The
next,
golf course.
we have the golf course fund.
Yes.
On page 130, this is the summary of the revenue and expenditures. For the golf course fund, we do show an excess of 15,329. This will not include a transfer from the general funds, but this is dependent on an increase in some fees. And like I said, we'll discuss more of those increases in the fees when we discuss the fee schedule.
Okay.
So we can begin with the expenses. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know if you have
No, no.
questions.
Oh,
for
no.
her. You're good?
On page 135, you notice the overtime, we did come down a little bit, but it had increased during revised. They did have an employee that was out for a while, so the overtime did go up a little bit due to that, but we lowered it back down. And that's what the temporary wages were for as well. On the revised budget as well, there was an oversight on the bank charges. We will need to add, what do you think, maybe 20,000 there as well?
On which one?
For the revised on bank charges? on-
Bank charges, okay.
On the equipment hire and rentals, the rental, I believe, was for the porta potty, but they just redid some of the restrooms out there, so that's why for proposed, we did not budget anything.
Okay.
And then, they do have their new software that looks like it's working really good for them. And then, the last thing they have is the golf cart, payment, but the lease payment.
Was that a lease purchase or it's
Yeah, it was
just,
a lease purchase, yes, ma'am.
when is that?
We were just,
I know, I said
it was a, I want to say it was a 5-year, and I want to say this is, I need to look, I apologize, I don't have it in front, but I want to say this is year 3.
Okay.
So maybe we need 2 more years.
Council, Mr. Beltran, any questions?
This is, again, a very interesting department. It's done exceptionally well. And it's like no other municipal golf course. The numbers are amazing. And very, very impressed with everything here.
You get to see that firsthand, right?
I see it every day. I hear the mowers at 4 a.m. And yeah, but it is very nice to see it, and it's always full. And I attribute, obviously Jay does a very good job, and I want to think that has a lot to do with it.
Pays a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Jay, our director out there, pays a lot of attention out there, and also it's going to be, we've always, in the history of the golf course, it's been operating at a deficit, and we're finally getting to where it's actually going to be, make a little bit of money.
Which is very unheard of
Unheard of for,
in a
Ain't
municipal.
its own,
right.
I was down in McAllen, and they were at a deficit of 400,000,
wow,
and that was normal.
wow.
And that's an average clear across the state of Texas. And for us to be making money, that's unheard of. Very good.
Mr. Molina?
I just had a real quick question, and this is just a curiosity. The internet, so it's like almost $2,500, went up a little bit. I know inflation's crazy, but is that just for the actual building right there, or?
We may need it.
I think it was also because of, we ran fiber, and so I think it was part of the construction cost to add Because we had a very bad connection over there for years, and so I
Right.
think Hector and the crew worked with Jay, and they added fiber. So this is part of the construction cost, I believe.
Yes, exactly. So they didn't have any way to get spectrum out there. So what happened was it was kind of tied into the deal to have, you know, the boring and everything. So we were having issues with the G-Tech that was out there.
Point to
Yes.
point, it didn't communicate very well.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So phones would go out, credit card machines would go down, everything pretty much. So. yeah.
And we made the move because now that we're having the restaurant, bill of sales, I mean, all this software,
Software.
we needed something more reliable.
Got it.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's very good. I actually get to tap
So,
into the
so,
internet.
but it's right there just for the
Yes,
building
it's
and
just,
restaurant.
it's for the,
But-
Mr.
but-
Beltran.
But the 2,500, that's like,
no, not, I believe it's, I would have to see the contract, I don't know if
Right.
Hector knows off the top, but
Half
it's
of that,
not,
maybe.
it's for a few years and then,
got it.
right, to pay back the construction costs.
I'm just curious.
Because it's the sole line, it was ran just for us.
Perfect.
Oh,
Just curious. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Good job.
Hector.
I'm done. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowen?
Well, I can attest to how beautiful our golf course looks, and I have friends and family that come from out of the city of Alice, that come to Alice to play at our golf course, and they are so impressed. I mean, you're doing a wonderful job out there. I mean, it's beautiful. And the service that you provide, you know, the friendly service that you provide, they really appreciate that. Alice is buena gente. In the past, we talked about rebranding. Are we still going to be doing that for our golf course?
Yeah, we need to. We need to bring back an agenda item for you guys to try to make something happen there and get kind of a clear idea of where we want to go. And so, you know, we're wanting to kind of do it. Now that we're in a really good place with the course.
Yes.
You know, and Jay's selling equipment, selling merchandise, and we've got, I mean, it's running nice, it's running smoothly. It's probably a good time to look at taking it to another level also.
Good deal. And the snack bar, is it doing okay? I mean, holding its own? The restaurant, I'm sorry, but on here it says snack bar for the, For the positions.
Doing well, I think it's just a good compliment, right, to the golf course. So that way, when the people come and play, you know, they can eat before, they can eat after. So a lot of the guys, a lot of people stop after 9 holes and they'll pick up some snacks, a burger, a bucket or Melinda makes all kinds of stuff, crispy dogs. She does it.
Perfect.
I just think it kind of complements the course really well. So I think people enjoy it.
Good.
I think beer sales have,
Oh,
boosted the revenue.
I saw that.
quite a bit.
It's been very
They
hot.
sell- They
Yeah.
sell a lot of beer every month.
It's hot. It's hot out there.
And we also sell a lot of Gatorade.
It's hot out there. I'll take the Gatorade. So,
Yeah, so I'm like really pleased
okay,
with everything.
good.
The team is really good. My employees, my coworkers, they do an exceptional job, right? So we
Okay.
do with what we got. We get the course, as good as we can, right? That's our main focus.
How long have you been out there, Jay?
I'm working on my 3rd year, so
That's good.
it's still, we still have some work to do, right? But we just tackle it.
And those mowers never stop, Jay?
Unfortunately, they don't.
With all this rain, right?
Keep it up, keep
You
it
know,
up.
But, since I've been here, we've been fortunate that we have gotten periodic rain. So, because when you go through droughts, that's another problem.
I think your first year was bad. I remember it was,
Oh, yeah,
it was
no,
really bad shape. But you
it took a lot of work.
gave it a facelift early, man.
I had to go dig up sprinkler heads.
Yeah.
Find them, right? They're not working.
Yeah,
I
they would
remember.
laugh at me, well, no. We made it happen, and now I think, you know, what I really like is we get people from all over.
Yes.
The farthest I've seen, you know, is we have two gentlemen, one was from Ingleside, one was from Rockport. So, you know, there's a lot of golf courses that we go to.
They come here.
They're nice, so, yeah.
On the way, Los Angeles.
But normally we get a lot of people from Everville. I think we're seeing more people from Asturias. Talked to a gentleman from George West the other day. A lot of people from Mathis, same. They have a golf course there, right? But I know the golf courses in Beeville are struggling. The condition of the course, right? So you can't let your guard down because things change like from one day to the next. So I just think as long as we have a nice place, a presentable course, and treat people right,
Right.
I don't see why they wouldn't come here. So
So,
you know, we'll continue to do that. As long as I'm there, that's what's gonna happen.
good.
We're always selling them everywhere we go.
Yeah.
We're always selling them
So-
People mention it, you know.
everywhere.
That's good, I'm glad. I hear it too. So your restaurant slash snack bar, what are the hours? Because I know it's open to the public.
Yeah, we open from 7 to usually like 2:30 or 3.
Okay,
And I think those hours work.
they're good.
well,
They work
because
right now.
I think if we were to stay open longer, it would just be more cost than
Of course.
actually generating revenue.
And the other thing I noticed on here under materials and supplies, I know that we've invested, and I say we as a city, invested for weed kill. And I know you worked really hard on that, but I see that it only says revised budget 18, is that correct?
It's 200.
Oh, it's probably under his chemicals.
Okay, and then it says
Yeah.
250, but what's that, 18?
That's probably like mosquito spray. Or
Oh, okay.
bee spray or something.
That's very low.
Chemicals have gone up, right? It's very
Okay.
expensive.
Oh, yeah.
We're having some algae problems, so there's one chemical, copper sulfate, is very, very expensive. So that kind of eats things in my budget this year, so hopefully this next year we can take care of that. We just need to add we need to add some, just get some more oxygen into the water. So we may have to invest a little bit of money, not a lot of money, but just to keep that algae from growing so much.
It's like a
And in the growing
aerator or
season
what?
in summer, it's terrible.
Mm.
And
Many turtles.
That affects the irrigation system, so it's just an ongoing issue, so.
And the irrigation system there is on raw water, is that correct? Is it-
Right.
Right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, it's not treated water, just so people remember that.
I see kids out there. What to do out of our youth? I'm not kidding, I see it all.
Other than that, I mean,
Off skip.
I think, it's been really well, and now we're the home course for Texas A&M Kingsville's girls golf team. So,
That's
I met
awesome.
with Alan Harlow a couple times, and Troy, their new golf coach, so we're gonna host a golf tournament here November the 9th.
Wonderful.
for them.
Awesome.
Wonderful.
Well, good.
Well, my
So we're hoping
granddaughter,
That's a big success.
it will be.
So
My
she
granddaughter
can get-
just started golf. She said she met you yesterday.
Who is this?
My granddaughter, she just started golf. She said she met you yesterday and looking forward to being out there.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Mila.
And I got with Coach Gonzalez, I'm gonna be a little more involved in instruction for their team.
That's nice.
See if we
Okay.
can get them to win some more district class.
So can you elaborate on some of the stuff that you've introduced since you've been manager, and then maybe some plans, some future plans that you could have?
Well, I put together a plan to apply herbicides at the right time, right? So
Schedules?
some pre-emergent, post-emergent care, right? So that's in place, and I'm always on that. Then, of course, now, like we sell merchandise, essential merchandise, right? Golf balls, gloves, tees, bags, golf shoes.
And how successful has that been?
It's been good.
Good.
you know, a lot of the local guys have been supportive as far as buying merchandise. Guys are always into getting the ball further, whatever, all this stuff. Right? So luckily, you know, we have a good account with Callaway. We have an account with Titleist, with Strixon. And Strixon, we sell a lot of their golf balls.
I have a lot for sale.
Yeah.
I have a lot of them for sale.
Secondhand ones?
So in the future, you know, we could actually, I kind of mentioned it to, maybe we could have an enclosed driving range,
That'd be good.
you know, so I've gotten some quotes, so maybe we can work on that.
And that would cut down on some of the chippers after hours, or?
Yeah, I think it will actually kind of provide more people, a little more family environment where people can actually take their kids and actually have something to do there at the course, right?
Nice.
Where they don't necessarily have to go play for 4 or 5 hours.
Right.
But they could be out there for an hour or 2.
Like a batting cage concept?
Yeah,
Okay.
same thing. So we can look at that, but as far as future, you know, I think we could improve the course a little bit more, make some holes a little bit longer, introduce some new tee boxes.
Nice. Okay.
Okay.
But my thing is to improve the quality, right, of what we have that we can present. So that's what I always focus on. So,
Mike-
tee boxes are better now. They still need a little more work, but with time.
Well, I've gotten less calls about it. I'm getting good calls.
Oh, yeah.
Michael, I was gonna ask you, and I know Jay was bringing up about, you know, aerating the water, right? There's really just that one big pond, right, out there, and
Yeah,
Seven.
the problem is right now is the smaller pond drains into the big pond. So, they don't have any circulation of oxygen, right? So when we pump water to the small pond, it has a drain into the big pond.
goes right back.
So it goes right back into the big pond.
I mean, because
It's like an ongoing issue, right?
Some goldfish.
Yeah.
what would something like that run one of those, you know, sometimes like you go into Richard Veterans Center, they got these fountains in the middle,
Yeah,
it's
they're-
playing all the time, and
I think that's what we need.
Yeah.
We need
we
two
can
pumps.
price some of those things, I mean,
And
I,
The
I-
diffuser, you know, we could put a diffuser in each one, and that'd probably take care of it.
I have a small pond over at my little ranch, and I've been looking at, because I have catfish and whatnot, and a friend of mine was telling me about these, it's, you know, you wouldn't want it out there, but I'm thinking about it's actually just a windmill.
I was
It
gonna
runs.
say, we have one
It
at
just
the,
runs out and it aerates.
the lake.
That's like, you know, you gotta worry about electricity hooking everything up, but they make them really big, and they're actually not that crazy, you know, as far as pricing is concerned, but the size of that pond, probably you'd need, maybe something like that would be good for the smaller pond, but for that bigger one, maybe something out in the middle, kinda, and it add to the aesthetics of that area too, because it's kinda all brushy, the back corner.
Yeah, because right now, the algae is really bad.
We
I'm
have
sorry?
one at our lake.
The algae's really bad.
Maybe we can look into that, Michael, I mean, see what something, I mean.
Yeah, we've had discussions, so we need to figure out a way to get that water aerated, and it is treated wastewater. But it's chlorinated, it comes in and it's,
It's gotta be clean.
but,
And we're putting dye in it, we're like, trying to do whatever to stop photosynthesis a little bit, right? But we're always irrigating, so when you put the dye, we're
Goes
stuck
back
dye.
out, isn't it?
Yeah,
Of course, right?
exactly.
So it's
Just put some
it's
green
an
dye,
ongoing-
so
It's an ongoing issue.
some green dye, so the grass is always green.
Yeah, but as long as, you know, everything's okay. I mean, we can improve these things
Got it.
with time. So
You
Maybe we
said a
consider it.
diffuser, what does
Yeah,
that
we
look
actually
like?
pump
What
it
is
to
that?
do some water.
The diffuser is basically, you have a pump, we could put inside the pump room. We run some air lines. And this diffuser is just like they make different kinds, right? But the ones that I would want is they're just some round plates that have small pores. So when you push the air through there,
Aerate.
It just,
oxygenates
okay.
the water, right?
Bubbles
Okay.
up.
You have to introduce those like slowly, because if not,
You can
Because you
disrupt
have-
everything.
Really, the oxygenated water is only the first 8 to 10 feet.
Mhm.
The rest of the water is not oxygenated, so it's like smells really bad down there. So when you start oxygenated, that stuff comes to the top. And then you can kill a lot of fish and everything that's in there, so you create another problem, right? You have to
Right.
smell. So
Okay.
we can do that slowly, but that would like pretty much take care of it.
Okay.
I really like to look into that if you can.
Yeah.
We have a lot
Help them out.
a good population of turtles in there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Turtles are smart because they can get out.
You got too many.
Lots of turtles.
They just can't get out, right?
Bunch of them.
The turtles, they just go somewhere else.
Yeah, you gotta go shoot.
Find them at my place sometimes. They go to the farm.
Mr. Garza, any questions?
Uh,
Are there-
You're doing a great job, Jay, out there. It shows if you love what you do, it shows in your work. I've heard stories of you being out there in the golf cart at the wee hours of the morning, pulling weeds and things like that. So, thank you for your passion and care for it. It shows.
Well, you have to do that because if not, one plant's gonna throw seeds and if you don't pull it down when you see it, there's gonna be more when you come back.
Now, I know that we had spoken about these earlier, but I was just curious, a beverage cart. Have you,
Yeah, we've looked into it and, maybe in the future, I think on weekends it would be well. We would do, I think a day like today, it's a Tuesday, but there's a lot of people out there. So there'll be a lot of people till around 1:30, and then it gets really hot.
oh, yeah.
But yeah, that's something we've kind of talked about a little bit, so.
And this might be for finance, but, and this is just a curiosity question. What is sale of city property?
That's
That is-
basically all his, what he's in, the golf balls, the shirts, anything.
All that good stuff.
And we also sell shirts like to the school district, with their logos and we do a little bit of that too during the season.
Keep up the great work on that. Y'all are doing really good there. Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Esparza, did we address the plumbing and the other issue with the safety issue? With the walking and stuff,
At the,
golf course?
you mean people walking in the golf course?
Yeah. Oh,
Jay, where did Jay? We're talking about, we had some people walking in the golf course at, and we brought it up, I mean, I
People still
think,
do it.
yeah, and you've talked to people that are going out there.
I always tell them to be careful because, they can get hit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
People out there, and-
Our golf course is wide open. I mean,
Sorry, but
I mean, because most of the golfers don't get in the fairway.
I know.
Most of the
I
golfers.
know.
So
Oh, yeah.
it is dangerous and now like the golf course, it looks better, I mean, so people like being out there, right? So, that just complicates the problem.
Yeah, it's not
Do we have
But I
signage?
always tell them to be careful.
But do we have signage out there or something that states, walk at your own risk?
Well, I think this goes back to COVID, I think there was there's still a sign out there that,
No walking?
yeah, that there is people walking further, so, I don't know, that's a decision I think we need to make. Like people need to go walk in the park, that's a little safer.
Well, we need to put a sign, let's put a sign out there.
That's what I'm saying.
It's very dangerous.
Some kind of sign that says warning.
Very dangerous. I mean, people hit that ball so hard,
I need that sign as well on my place, the back 2 acres of my property, it's a,
Quit hooking it over here.
it's very hazardous back there, yeah.
What about evening walking? I mean, does it matter at the evening because there's no golfers out there? Or?
We're
Well, they shut it
pretty
down.
flexible. I mean, we're probably the only golf course, Jay, you play a lot of golf courses. Gabe Lozano, Oso, anybody,
Nobody
you
walks.
can't, they won't let you in.
No, they won't let
Yeah, and they're also, but they're all pretty well fenced too, aren't they?
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And ours,
I think we have too many openings into our golf course. They can get in from anywhere.
that's what I was gonna say. I've
So we need
seen,
to find a way.
seen them come in.
In the near future to basically like fence it in.
Especially right there, hole 4, all the way down, put
Yeah.
a high fence here or something.
Yeah,
And I-
like, right on,
people just park there, picnic and tee off. And
Right.
Yeah, well, I was actually gonna ask about that, because I've seen people drive their golf carts just from their house on there and start playing.
they'll just park their vehicles, get down right there on that tee box.
That too.
Oh, you know,
And what happens when you do see that? Like you go out there and you set up somebody to go tee, and say they call you, they're like, hey, there's somebody teeing right now, or is there a way of even knowing?
When I see them, I tell them to go sign in at the golf shop,
Gotcha.
you know what I mean? So they can pay here, and everybody else out here is paying.
yes, sir.
Right.
So, you know, sometimes, you know, you have a little confrontations, but, I mean, once they think about it, they understand it's like, it's not fair, right?
I think we ought to put a sign out there just for safety reasons.
I think so too.
Hey, you just as a golfer, you can get hit out there walking around, somebody don't,
Oh, for
somebody
sure.
don't, even, they can yell and sometimes you're lit talking and you don't even know,
Well,
it
even
bounce right by
going
you.
on opposite ways.
Right, yeah, you just cross each other up.
I've seen, golf balls go weird directions.
Go like
Joking.
2 fairways over, right, the way they slice.
That would be me.
They hit it hard.
If anything, I think, I know we've talked about the rebranding, for sure we need to switch number 1, number 10.
It was, the way it was originally designed.
Yes, because, like on weekends, like on, let's say last Sunday morning, or last Saturday, I mean, you'll have, now we're out of carts by 9:30 on weekends.
Wow.
So, you know, you'll have 4 or 5 groups waiting on hole number 1 because it's a par 4 and it's short, so you have to wait until they complete that hole.
Right.
So that's gonna take 15 minutes, right? Versus if we start them on hole number 10, then they go hit their second shots and now the next group can tee off, right?
Why don't we do that?
I was
Yeah, and we've been talking about that. That was what we plan to do with a rebranding also, is bringing back to the original design. Because that is, you know, a short, that short par 4, I mean, you bottleneck on the backside right away. And it's meant to be, you have a second shot, somebody can tee off, and then you have another par 5 after that, right? On hole number 2 is
Hole number
still
2 is a
four.
par 3.
a par, okay, a par 3.
So it's another,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so that needs to happen. And it changed in the late 80s.
And I think that was a mistake.
So how do we change that?
Yeah, how
Oh,
do
we
we?
just do it, change the scorecards and change
We
the,
would have to order new scorecards, just flip them.
and change the tee boxes, the numbers on them, but it needs to happen.
Let's do that.
Yeah,
Do it right now.
Do it.
Change the
Can't
order.
finish all the old scorecards.
Instead of 1,
Especially
instead of 1
since
to
we
9
have
being
more
over on
traffic.
the side.
Yeah.
1
Yeah.
to 10 swap it,
So-
work it backwards.
Yeah.
It's gotta change everything.
Okay.
And
I would just have to get a hold of
the plumbing.
scorecard guy
In the,
and plan it
bathroom,
as a
in the field or in the clubhouse?
In
Go down to
the
here and they'll
inside.
bring you up.
The smell.
But,
Oh,
I
no,
think
I've gone out there and it's still,
overall, I would
It's
have
an
to
odor.
say that I've been
They were supposed to.
pleased with our
Supposed to do it,
improvement of
I
the
don't know where
facility,
Elias was on that.
how we got the restrooms
Find out.
Okay.
Yeah, she got a,
redone.
she got the,
Awesome.
yeah.
I think a lot of people appreciate that. And I am seeing more women golfers out there,
Wow, great.
and couples on the weekends and even
Good.
during the week. So that's a good thing. We need more women playing golf.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
More family oriented.
yeah. It's
You
a
know,
good
other than
sport.
that, if y'all ever have any questions or whatever, I'm always ready.
And I want to thank you too, because I see, like on the expenses, when you're ordering supplies or the food, y'all are very mindful about that. So,
Yeah, well, we just order what
I
we
appreciate-
sell. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
just, it's real simple. We sell a lot of burgers, a lot of sandwiches, some new peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
something quick and easy.
It's pretty simple, you know what I'm saying? I think we should keep it like that. And I think it's focused to golfers,
Mm-hmm.
so
Okay,
it's good.
thank you.
All
I
right.
know I've gone out there and, where's Jay? He's on the tractor.
I still get on there, I mean, not as much, right? But,
Uh-huh.
tend to spend my time more on like picky things, like looking at the greens.
Yes.
I walk the greens about every day.
They want.
And then just, you know, I mean, I don't have anything to complain about. The guys are really good out there working. They work their butts off.
So on Sundays, can you
Appreciate that.
start the mowing at 5 in the morning? So
Well, we did,
Not
we
four.
did this weekend. One of my guys was running late, so, but, you know, I met him there, got everything done, but,
That's how you're sitting, my mom.
no, the 4 o'clock has to continue, sorry.
I thought somebody
Appreciate
was
it, Jay.
taking my
Thank you.
mower one time.
Thank you.
Hey,
Jump on
You know,
it.
that's what I heard.
this would be a good time to take a quick break,
A break?
15-minute for lunch, and then come back and follow up with another 4 funds.
Okay.
I was strong.
So at this time, it's 11:57. We'll take a quick recess for about 15, 20 minutes. So 11:57 PM. We'll reconvene in 15, 20 minutes.
Forgot about that.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our city council workshop. It is 12:45 PM, and we'll resume our workshop, budget workshop.
All right, so we went through the solid waste, utility, the airport, and the golf course. That's 4 of the enterprise funds, and now we're gonna go on to the multi-use debt service, hotel occupancy, and touch on the CIP.
Okay.
And that'll get us through this meeting, and then we can go to the next meeting will be the fees and the revenue side.
Okay.
So,
Okay,
we'll start with the
multi-use complex.
fees, right?
Yes. So on page 141, you will find the summary of revenues and expenditures for the multi-use complex. And for this fund, we base, okay, we have it zeroing out.
Excuse me.
If you go to page 144, you'll see the revenues for this fund. And it's a $40,000 transfer from the general fund, and then $262,275 from the
Settlement.
settlement, yes. And that 262 is to cover their debt. So it's coming in, and then it's gonna be going right out to cover their debt for the year.
Okay.
On page 146, we show their expenses, and for proposed, we're only showing the insurance. We did go up a little bit, just in case it went up a little bit. It's been going up, so.
Okay.
We're in the process of looking at this contract. We didn't put, we have a make-whole provision. I think they're should be able to turn a profit now, so we're gonna be looking at revising that contract, and so we didn't include the make-whole for this offset on this budget.
And the contracts with who again, Mike?
YMCA. Right?
YMCA?
Yes.
And it's up in October.
Start in October.
Council, any questions? Mr. Beltran?
So touching on the, there was you said a settlement amount. So we received funding from the settlement?
A small settlement,
Okay,
not the one that Lemon,
Right.
John Lemon spoke about.
okay. Okay.
And that's paying for some, so on page 146, if y'all are on 147, so 146 shows us 76,000 of professional services. Those are lawsuit-related expenses, that hires of attorneys and I think a law firm as well. And that, in conjunction with a debt service amount, comes from that.
On page 147.
Yeah, on page 147, you see the 262, and that's debt service.
And we did have the settlement pay for the debt service this year and for next year.
Oh, good. Okay.
Good.
Good. Mr. Medina?
It's good, thank you.
Mrs. Paul?
Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
So 262,000 from the lawsuit went towards the offset. And under line item over here, you've got YMCA offset losses of 76,000. So is that 76 plus the 262,000?
You say are you talking about 262 on 147, or where?
The lawsuit that we got in from the transfer from ML 20.
Yeah, that's,
It was on, if you go to 146, the 76,365,
Yes.
the one above it.
The professional
The
services.
professional services. The
Okay.
That's the 76 was
Yeah.
part of the,
Okay, that's the offset losses? Or
no, the offset losses is part of the contract. That was part of the agreement. That's not to do with legal proceedings.
And just for clarification, what type of agreement do we have with them that we're we're giving them X amount of money in losses.
The offset, and anything over that, we should be splitting.
And we get this number by their numbers that they give us.
That was something that was decided on 3 years ago to, when the contract was entered into, that would be a make-whole provision number for them, to be able to manage that and have a startup business for them. And we're supposed to be getting financials. That's been a challenge. We get information. They're not true financials. They're just spreadsheets of, income and expenses. They're managing it. We're not getting the proper information we're supposed to. I think, we've looked at it. We've met about this several times, and it took a while for them to submit the financials. Our finance managers had asked them several times. And so, this year we're not putting anything on there. If we need to do something different, we will. We've been working on what you would call maybe some sort of business plan to be able to take it over if we had to. But this could change because we're going to have some meetings with them here pretty quick. But that's why you notice we didn't put the offset for the proposed. But on your question, the 76, that was on top of that, the 76,365, that's lawsuit expense related to the current lawsuit, and the settlement that Mr. Lemon talked about, that's still related to that we're spending from that small settlement that was received a while back. And it covers that moving forward.
Okay, so like going back to 22 and 23, that it was 89,000, that is.
It went over in 22, 23. It was other expenses. And part of the contract is other expenses we split. If it's over
2,500, I believe.
then we'd split those.
But I'm still trying to figure out how y'all come up with a number to cover their losses if we're not getting financial.
It wasn't, he said there was a clause that they put
So it
in
was just-
there
it
of
was a
70,
balanced amount of money.
make whole
Make whole
clause.
up to $76,000.
Yeah.
Are we making them whole? We don't know what their numbers are.
Yeah, and we know what a lot of the expenses are, because we sometimes what we do is we pay some of the, and actually that year, that first year was a lot of the propane.
Propane, right.
Yeah.
But they've switched that over already, right?
We got it switched, so we know, yeah.
Is it
And so
natural
this
gas?
last year,
Yes.
it's, those are true expenses that we're paying. They're giving us sort of financials, I would say, showing that they do have losses. They're just not the quality of financial statements that we're comfortable with, and that's why this is the end of the contract, and we expect something different moving forward.
I'm becoming a member out there, I'm doing the water aerobics and all that other stuff. And I see them busy. Every
Yeah.
time I go out there, they've got children, they've got families out there. The water aerobics thing, they've had so much demand, they're gonna be doing 2 classes instead of 1. I know that we've got people coming in from out of town using it. Then they'll go shower and they go to work and stuff like that. And I've seen them booked with rentals and stuff like that too, so it's kind of hard for me to justify us giving them this much money if
That's
we
why
don't.
he zeroed it out.
That's why I put zero, yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's really nothing compared to what we used to put into that thing.
Right.
So-
Right.
But when that came on, that was just before COVID, and we made that agreement. And they were going through a tough time, and that was part of the deal, like, hey, they'll take it on. Like Michael was saying, we know about all the expenses because.
Been there, done.
I know.
that. So we said, hey, we'll kind of give them a little $75,000 or whatever, $76,000 help, just to help them get along. And at the time, and you're gonna hate me for this, but I was like, well, they're using our product because they're using our water, right? Because they're their own kind of entity, so to speak. And we were in the talks, and I know Gabriel's gonna hate me here, but we're talking about putting a certain kind of meter out there. And at the time, COVID was going on, all this nonsense, and so it was like, okay, where are we gonna get this meter from? Because we should be metering the water out there, because it's just, that's our product, that's how we make our money regardless, right? So where are we on that? Gabriel.
Everything's installed, it's metered, we can get a number, but it's not getting billed.
It's not getting billed. Okay, so how do we get that billed? Because according to Mr. Garza here, they're
Yeah.
obviously
I mean,
frolicking
that's-
around
that-
out there
that's-
and
That's part of what
not
we're
turning in
negotiating
proper.
For
you
the
know,
October, for the new contract, if we,
Got it.
you know, choose to go that route.
In all fairness, that's all I was saying, you know, but I had the same kind of concerns you did about that amount, but, you know, we probably should have pressed them a little harder for more formal documents, given their deal, but I know they, with COVID, and, you know, like I said, it was, they were kind of helping us help them, right? Kind of, you know,
Yeah.
at the time, but now we're here at a different stage, and I'm glad that it's not in there, and we can negotiate from there on, but I would like that monitored, and I would like them to, you know, in all fairness, right? I mean, we produce that awesome drinkable water, right, that just goes out there and back flushes at the end, or whatever they do out there, so. Anyways. Thank you.
46.
So there's a chance we might end up taking it over again.
Depends how the negotiations go with the contractor, a new contract.
Gotcha.
Drain it again.
Mr. Molina.
I'm sorry. Look at the numbers.
I, okay, so, well, thank you for doing that and pursuing and finance too, asking for better records, which was part of the contract, so moving forward, you know, that's something, just like with the
Right.
county and stuff, so I appreciate that, Michael.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
No, maybe one day it'll be like the golf course. Who knows?
Would be nice. No other questions, council?
I'm good.
Mr. Garza? No? Okay,
We probably could make some money, right?
I'm sure we could.
My water bill went up, so, you know.
Okay.
Next, we have the debt service fund. And on page 151, we have the summary of revenue and expenses. For proposed 2025, we do show an excess of $57,058. If we go to page 154, this is the revenue. You will notice there's less transfers from the enterprise funds like utility fund, solid waste fund, but that will be offset with an increase from the INS. And this is just a correction based on a recommendation from the financial advisors. And I think y'all brought that up earlier too, the transfer from the utility fund. On page, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, 156 kind of shows the schedule of where we are, and it is a little hard to read, but it gives you the total amount. And to your question, Councilman Garza, $31,956,398 is the total current debt. Our total current debt service for this year is $2.8 million. And 2029, debt service will drop by $1 million and continues dropping until, I believe it's 2037, 2036. Then we'll be at less than, it will be at $600,000. This is the complete combined debt service schedule there.
Page 157, the next page shows the outstanding debt. This is principal only, though. And then the pages following that goes into detail for each bond, and it will show you the payment schedule for principal and interest.
Okay. Council, any questions on debt service? Mr. Vega?
No, not the moment.
Mr. Molina?
I'm sorry, no, I'm good.
Mrs. Miller?
No, I'm okay for now. Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Do we have any accounts that we're paying just interest only, or are we doing both interest and principal?
The
Right.
2016B
Right
is
now, it's-
interest only,
yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead, you got it.
The 216B
Mhm.
is
That's
just
the-
principal only? I
No.
mean,
Interest only.
There are a few words,
Oh, it's
principal
two.
only.
Yeah, 2016.
We have I think we have 4 bonds that are principal only. The 2009, 2010, 2019 B, and the 2022 B for principal only.
And the highest interest that we've got is 5%?
Um,
So that's 16A?
Looks that way.
It shows from 2 to 5%.
oh, it says 2 to 5%, so I guess it
And the
varies.
next one is the 216B of 3.5 to 3.9%.
Yes.
Those are the ones with the highest percentage out of all of them, correct? Is there a way that we can prioritize kind of buying out that debt and over, because I'd rather put more money into those, get rid of the interest and kind of do an interest-only payment on the ones with just zero interest, or?
Well, I mean, and so there's
Agreed.
call dates that you would have to work on.
I got you.
Yeah.
To see if you can do that, and also, and so this was 2016, I think, 2016 or 17, a complete, doing some refunding and refinancing of the debt, and mainly because if you look at the 216B, that debt service was $1 million, $4 million. And so that got restructured to kind of fit a different schedule to be able to maintain a more of a level debt service schedule. And so there's call dates that we would have to look at, but last of it is 16, 17, 19. It's something that we could probably look at again to see if we're anywhere near that. But then again, rates are
Yeah, they're a lot higher.
a lot higher right now. And,
Yeah.
you know, we have 0% interest on 2 of them. Yeah, so on a guess, it's probably like, 4.5 to 5.5 is what would be the rate right now, somewhere in that range. And we can verify that with our financial advisor, but I don't know whether those are callable yet. It hadn't been done.
I believe the 2016 A, I believe they structured it so that
So this one we don't want
it would be callable like in 2028. She kind of, I remember something like, when one payment was gonna go up, we could maybe,
Look at it again.
Now, the interest-only payments, what's the interest on those? Are we,
the interest-only payments,
It's the 16B.
it's 3.5 to 3.9%.
that's cheap.
But that one's only another year or 2, I believe.
28.
And then there, it cuts up and you gotta start doing principal, renegotiate.
27, yeah.
But they also structured it, you'll notice, so that the 2017, that payment goes down to kind of offset where the principal comes in for the 2016B.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for that, because it's a pain to be dealing with all these numbers and interest and all that.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much for doing your job.
I had a real quick question. For clarification purposes, I apologize, page 157, on the outstanding amounts over on the right-hand column. Can you tell me which ones are for the natatorium?
So,
16B.
2016B, yes.
So the 7 million, the 2016B?
16B.
So the 7,000,005?
Okay, is that the only one?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
No other questions, council? I wanted to ask you guys. I'm gonna go through them and you tell me. I was just trying to identify them. I'm using the phone. I learned something new today.
with these certificate obligations.
Okay.
The House
The
thinking.
2009 CWDB combination tax and surplus, that was for solid waste and Texas Boulevard project.
I'd have to double, well, actually, I think the 2009 and
That was the
2010,
same.
it was all utility.
Yeah, that was sewer. Those
Yeah.
were sewer lines.
Okay, and then the.
There was another 2009, but I believe that one was restructured in the
combined?
2016A bond.
Okay. That's what I was gonna ask. 2016A is, so you think it's,
Yeah, so that one kind of refinanced some of those old bonds, so
The
I
other-
think it was the 2009 and
okay,
I believe the 2007 bond as well. And the 2007 was all utility fund as well, it was all water, wastewater lines.
okay. And 2010 is solid waste?
No, the 2009 and the 2010 Texas Water Development Board, it was all utility fund.
Just, okay. Utility. Okay, and then, let's see,
One of those was, I believe, Texas Boulevard, though, I think.
2017, that refunding bond, what was that one?
If you pull up on the finance folder under.
The text doc?
It'll have debt service and, we can look it up, I don't remember.
Okay.
That one might be go to, 2023.
Oh, no.
COA, and then, go to,
That was also, that was refunding, so that was old debt, old debt too. Was that,
So it was
was that
combined.
Texas Boulevard?
let me look it up real
I,
quick.
when I looked it up, the 2000,
So the 2017 was the 2009 and the 2007 bond.
okay, 2009 and the 2007
Minimize that one.
and 2009.
That was utility.
2016A.
Okay. Okay,
That 2017 is probably the Texas Boulevard.
okay.
And then the 2016A, it looks like it was the 2003 bond, another portion of the 2007, and then the 2014. The 2014 was 4 million, and I remember that one was 2 million for utility fund for water, wastewater lines, and 2 million for the landfill, a
2003 was
cell.
Goliad Street drainage and.
Goliad?
Yeah, 2003.
Okay. All right. And the, I was looking at the 2020 PP, that's
The
the,
2020 PP, that one was,
That's the-
it's with all the funds, and it was to purchase some equipment.
okay. I put water meters, but that's
Thought it was
not it.
meters too. Wasn't the
PPFCO?
meters?
The 2020 PPFCO was to purchase equipment like the fire truck.
Okay.
We bought
So
some stuff
equipment.
for,
Oh, that's when we bought the two fire trucks in.
I know we purchased,
Fire trucks.
and I know, I think we bought parks equipment,
And parts for the fire truck? Equipment for the fire trucks?
She said parks.
Oh, you said parks.
Yeah.
And parks.
I know there was several, but, off the top of my head,
Okay.
I can't
I
remember
was just
everything.
trying to go back and look at it. Okay.
Do you think maybe you can give us a spreadsheet?
breakdown
that
of all-
Shows us that, please?
Of
It gets
what?
kind of
The
confusing.
different one, basically what we just went
okay.
over, a summary
We
of
just-
what they
okay.
stand for.
Okay. Any other questions?
And then the equipment maybe that was purchased? Okay.
Yeah, please.
We're good. Yeah, thank you.
Good.
It's good to know those things.
I think we even purchased a station, a truck too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're
All
good?
right, we're good.
Except for debt service.
Next, we have the hotel occupancy tax fund. On page 171, we did show a slight loss of $665, but the revenue is very, very, what's the word?
It's in season, so it changes, so it, you just
Yeah,
kinda-
but we didn't budget too high. We were kind of modest, I guess, with our
Yeah, we
revenue.
looked at it conservatively.
Yes, conservative, I can think of the word. Because you'll notice in 2003, we brought in 200,000, but I budgeted 180,000, and then the 2%, 100,000 came in, but we put 90, just to be conservative.
Okay.
On page 174, this will show the revenue. Like I said, I was conservative on proposed. The interest income, I was also a little bit conservative just in case, but we project and revised will bring in 205,000. And I budgeted 150,000.
Okay.
On the next page, 175, we show the expenses. And we did add some for the park and athletic field supplies and services. And I do need to add some for advertising for proposed. I'll add some money for there. I apologize for that. And then there's about 20,000 for professional, project management, engineering, architectural. I believe that was for maybe some of the fields, maybe.
Now, this is all, the estimates of what we're trying to accomplish with the opening up of some of the hot
Yeah.
funds.
No,
That,
I know he told.
so we estimated about 250 on the services, 50 on materials supplies, also project management of 50,000, and also some engineering of 50,000. And so this particular page is something that we need direction from you guys as to where we're gonna go. So we're talking about this today, but we're gonna have like an agenda item to go over it, and it could be, or it could just be part of our budget at the next budget meeting to talk about a plan on what we have, or we can touch a little bit on it today too, if it's on the expense side, on what we want to see accomplished, opening up some of these hot spots. And so this is, a preliminary funding that we have on here, and it's an estimate, and as we go on, like any of these, y'all are welcome to, give us recommendations on how to change it. We did include, and we didn't, also the city sponsored promotion of the arts.
Yeah.
We didn't include a number there. You guys need to give us a number
All right.
and how you want to move forward on that. Those are those events that we have. And
Which events?
the Tejano
Tejano
Roots.
Roots and-
Anyone that would come to create.
Right now there's, Tejano Roots is.
Tejano Roots has two, and then the other one was,
Hispanic Heritage,
Hispanic
yes.
Mile,
There you go.
Hispanic Heritage.
So we need direction from you guys as a number that you want to include on there too. We put it on 0.
From where, Cody? Oh, that's right. Well, now, did we have a deadline for that?
we did, and I don't know,
Are we still working on
it
deadlines?
was
or-
May, but I don't believe,
Like a year in advance.
I think it's the same year, but as long as it's before our budget.
And you put 0 for this year?
I put 0. I need a direction from you guys on what to put on there. So, as we budget, so just so we're on the same page here, as we prepare a proposed budget, this is something that is a proposed budget, knowing what we have to expend, the revenue that we're projecting. But as time goes on, technically, if you guys don't do anything, this becomes the adopted budget.
Right.
Okay? And that's why we go and we listen to what you guys want to add or change, and then we present a revised budget, and that's what you vote on.
Yeah.
And so here, on some of these line items, this is something that you guys decide on. that is a different kind of, it's a different thing that we do on the hot fund. So you guys come up with a number, we'll plug it in, and when we do the revised, or when we bring it forward to adoption, whatever you guys want to put in there, we'll do. Now, we did an estimate on what we think we can utilize this budget year for hot funds, the 250 plus the 50 and a project management, we estimated that. You guys can plus or minus that as well, so this is a starting point. So we just put, we carried on to zero, because we don't know what you guys want to put there.
So this 250 that you have here, is there a more or less breakdown of what you want to do with it? Is just in general?
It's a general, a number that I think that, as we've talked about it from our staff,
And-
what we think that can be done.
So when you say park and athletic field services, you're talking about all the baseball parks or little parks?
Baseball,
or
softball, soccer.
That's up to, really, it's up to you guys, how we want to move forward on that. We just put a number there to work with.
But I think
Does-
we've discussed it in the past that,
Yeah.
that we wanted to use this fund
Right.
for that.
Could we get a analysis of what needs to be done,
The,
and then decide on that point,
Find out how much is left over.
recommendation of what, to get them to a,
Because we were supposed to be doing things to the parks already, right? Like,
We did.
I'm kind of going back in my time.
using
but
hot
those are plans.
funds though, when we can't do it on, from my understanding, is on park improvements and stuff, just unless it's like, it's gonna create tourism. Now, there is a proposal that you've been looking at that will fall into that, where the 250, and I think that may be what you were thinking about, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, but, and that I think would fall in line with the utilization of 250 or so to improve an existing building that would create tourism or gains.
overnight
and-
stays, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what we're,
I think that would qualify. I don't know about like the individual parks. But when we're talking about a building that we're gonna improve upon, create some kind of sports event that would create tourism, then that falls, I believe it falls within the guidelines.
No, but it wouldn't be on here if they didn't do their research, right? There's
I know
$250,000.
you've been working.
Right.
on it.
Yeah, no,
You've
I
been
mean,
working on it for a while.
The plans, I mean, we've talked about a lot of the fields that need to get worked on. I mean, updates and renovations. I mean, it's existing fields that we're doing, we're not creating anything from the ground up.
Right.
It's
Right.
renovating and,
so that we can
Ready
create,
then
so
for
that
tourism.
we can attract
Yeah.
and have
Tournaments.
overnight tournament
Yeah.
play, two
so,
days.
there's some things, the fencing in some of the baseball fields.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, the kickball. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to get done. And, and we've put some numbers to it to, do an estimate, but we haven't drilled it down to get very, better number. We put some round numbers in there to make sure we were gonna be following the path that you guys wanted for that.
How quickly can you get us numbers?
I mean, we'll have a sheet for the next meeting.
Okay.
So how many parks are we talking about, ballparks? Are we including the soccer field and a possible football field?
I mean, that would be up to you guys. What do you want to see with, so we have an existing, the Old Boys and Girls Club. There's potential out there.
Yes.
For a football field. There's potential for helping, or renovating some, Zeke Moda for soccer fields also, because it's soccer fields, but it needs a lot of work
Lot of
to
work.
be done better. And we can fit more fields in there. Right now, there's one, two, three fields, and you can probably fit, 5, because that's for kids soccer.
And have a dedicated soccer,
Yeah.
Dedicated for soccer. And, the fencing needs to be done. That used to be a baseball field, and, there's some
Right.
things that are a little bit dangerous because they're old and rusty, and that needs to be renovated. There's some kickball fields. I know we were gonna rely on Patrick, who knows quite a bit about the kickball. And so we were gonna rely on him for some of the kickball ideas on the fields and what we would do out there also. So we've talked about all those things, and we've just, kind of tossed around some numbers. But, and we can bring back something to show you exactly where we are. But really, and this is where we talk about what do you see happening at the Old Boys and Girls Club? You know, what we've talked about from a staff level is a football field, because of the setup of it. Football field keeping the things around there, but you know, the youth football is a pretty big program.
Right.
And so we've talked about renovating that to be able to house some of that youth football program. We also talked about renovating some of the fields, and you know, the way we're doing our agreements right now is probably not the best way to do it. It's the way we've done it for a long time, and you know, we give some people somewhat exclusive rights, a Little League or the kickball organization, wherever it is, and we may want to look at more of, if we're going to put some work into it and have somebody take over and have somewhat kind of exclusive rights to that, they have to maintain it as well, because we're maintaining these left and right, where.
Yeah, they gotta maintain them to a certain
And-
specification that we,
And you know, maybe there should be a charge for that, because some of these organizations are charging,
Right.
like Boys and Girls Club is charging for soccer. You know, we let them use the fields, we maintain the fields, and we try our best to do it, but there's no revenue coming in for
The
that.
concessions.
They may have revenue
And the
coming in.
concession stands, they take
And-
everything,
yeah.
and
Same thing happens with Little League, and kickball and things like that, so.
we not,
so I think the direction that we need to go in is that whatever we do, we gotta do it in a direction that's gonna create overnight stays. Every field needs to be geared to that, so we can host tournaments and have, you know, the overnight stay so we can qualify for our hot funds.
not only
I
that,
think it
the
was-
fees, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The fees that are being charged for those overnight stays, you know, the organization gets those. We don't get to see any of that probably. I mean, that's what I'm saying, you know, because some of those fees need to go back into our funding so that we can continue to offset that maintenance that we're
I'm
gonna
sure we can charge a
have.
set fee for rent or whatever, but what I was just trying to say was, whatever we do, do it in the direction of creating overnight stays.
And I think on the soccer fields, I think if we had done one more field, I think was what we would qualify to create tournaments, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
think that was a kickball.
And that's
The
what
kickball?
That was a kickball.
and that's what I'm talking about,
Okay.
is
That was a kickball.
whatever we do, we
Okay,
gotta
I
build
see
one more,
soccer.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's in line with what we were, if we were to do that, then we're able to utilize those funds for the improvements.
And obviously, the quality of the grass
So-
and safety
So
and
we're one kickball field shy of,
tournament.
okay, so we've never had kickball tournaments here, or what?
Way back in the day.
I think it, I don't know.
Patrick,
There's
thank
not
you.
like rules.
did we have
You know the reason
kickball tournaments
we
here?
had a
need
break.
one more kickball field, why it wasn't?
Or is it baseball?
It's a, to be able to host tournaments, so, and it's really what that is that's a tournament they have annually. So you're looking at one tournament that is normally hosted in Corpus. They rotate between Corpus and Brownsville, and so we'd like to get into that mix to be able to host that tournament. And so they needed that fourth field to be able to do that. And there's a couple, that's what we were just talking about back there. There's a couple different options out there as far as space to be able to utilize some of the current space that's out there. So there's an option for that. Yeah. Answer your question?
So we'll do all this for one tournament.
Well, what
No,
I have my opinions. What I would suggest is doing what we call multi-use fields. So that way, if you're investing into a field, you're not just using it for a specific purpose.
Right.
You can use it for a couple different purposes. So a good example, in Bell County, they just did it's a soccer field and baseball field combined into one. And so you get two uses out of it. If they're not using it for soccer, they could be using it for baseball or softball or kickball. So you just, on how you design them, there's a lot of new ways to design your field so that way you're getting multi-uses out of them. Versus one specific use and just catering to one group of people.
We did that
You get
forever at the,
bigger.
we did that forever at the Armory. Because they were always playing football on the field, and then we'd go practice at night, and I mean, we'd tear that field up. I mean, it was a hole at home plate, but everybody would use it,
I
whatever.
don't know, like rotation of fields, so it would make, I don't know, softball, I mean, or like baseball and then kickball could possibly be in the same diamond, right? Is
Yes.
that-
Yeah,
And
so
then
what they do
soccer
is
and
they-
football
I've
maybe.
got pictures at home with me, but it's you have the field and then on one corner of it you have where it extends out to the off. So it's just the way it's striped and the way the fields are. It works and they use them. At that one they did one that was a baseball, soccer. One was a softball, football, And so they had, so if you're using the field, depending on what you were using that weekend, it was always being used. Of course, theirs is probably a little bit more extravagant than what we're talking about. They, had turf fields and, things like that.
Yeah.
We're not probably at that level yet, but definitely, direction to maybe look at going, maybe some sort of a concept, trying to do something, so that way you're getting more bang for your buck, really.
I know we're talking a lot about like these nonprofits, right? Little League and some of these, this one football league that's here, whatever. But like, what about like the general public? Like I drive through San Diego all the time. There's constantly kids out there playing basketball in front of the courthouse, like all times, like middle of the day, afternoon. It's always been a popular thing there. How many real basketball courts do we have like anywhere in any park?
Public
I know we
ones
got
that
that
are-
one.
Anderson Park, and then
Yeah, we've got Anderson Park,
But
and
it's
we've
not up
got
to
the
code.
old kickball fields.
It's
I mean,
the
the old Boys and Girls Club. We've got the one by Mario's, and then there's also some churches that have some that you get a lot of play
St.
out of.
Joseph.
St. Joseph and is it Stonegate or something?
Yeah, the one
I'm
over.
talking about ours. I'm talking
Yeah.
about the city.
Ours,
Dallas.
we've maybe got
We
three.
just, three.
Okay, and which ones are they? Anderson?
The old Boys and Girls
Oh,
Club.
it is.
Old Boys and Girls Club.
And by
The one
Mario's
at
Meat
Anderson
Market.
is
The one
not
by
the
Mario.
Right there by
right
the-
height for competition or anything like that. It's too low.
Yeah, they're more like a street ball
Yeah.
type.
And then the one at Anderson, anytime it rains, it gets, not that you'd be playing in the rain, but then they like bottom out down there? Is it like a really drainage kind of not great?
I'm sure none of them can be any worse than the one at the Boys and Girls Club, the old ones.
The one that Boys and Girls Club actually gets a lot of play.
It does.
I don't play basketball, but I know that, Odie can tell you she lives close
They
by.
play basketball and they practice for T-ball,
Yes.
soccer, baseball.
Yeah, we were
They
talking
use
about
those
that.
fields a lot,
A lot.
just on the grass. At
Yeah,
the-
It's the Boys and Girls Club.
At the
Yeah,
Mary R.
the old Boys and
and
Girls.
Yeah, there's backs. I
The old
remember
one.
coaching out there with the basketball, the baseball
There's always people there.
so
backstops.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but we have practice facilities, and then we have facilities where we play the actual sport. Now, those got to be treated different, right?
Correct.
I mean, you wouldn't put the same care in one versus the other.
Right. Well, you wouldn't put the same care, you'd probably the same care, but just not the same, a practice facility maybe doesn't need the striping and the bases that are, fully, like you would in a regular field. The regular field's gonna take a little bit more care with the, how you stripe it, how you put the bases and, a little bit.
Because what we're talking about is like, if you have a practice, let's say we fix up these facilities, and then they're constantly practice on them, and, it would wear them out and a lot more maintenance versus we could have those and then have the practice facilities like Boys and Girls Club and stuff like that, where we can keep them exclusive to preserve the turfs and preserve all that stuff, to keep them good, and I think it would help us.
Yeah, just general green spaces is really all you need for practice spaces.
Right.
And we do have a shortage of that,
And those are
there's
easier to maintain.
areas that people can go and practice, and, having a rotation of those too, so you don't completely burn one out, when you-
Well, I would be in favor of repurposing like Zeke Mora and that one, that big softball park right out in front of
Mr.
golf course, because I know that's a softball field, but I mean, it's more like for big boy or big, adult softball, right? But like if there's a way to kind of like incorporate a more formal kind of basketball setting, like Chris,
Can Mr. Chapa speak to us a little bit about that?
Well, hold on, let
I
me
know.
finish.
Yeah.
So anyway, like over at Craig Park, over on my side of town, I mean, there's like, so I guess maybe some play equipment or something out there.
Yeah.
But on 281 at the old J's, there's a house, right next door. And for a while there, they drug out one of these portable basketball hoops that you fill with sand or water, and they were out there for a long time. And I just kind of, it's hard to see even find kids that want to go out and play nowadays, right, with all these electronics, whatever.
True.
But I know there's a lot of families out there in that area on that northwest side of town, and to me, it's been kind of neglected. And I'd like to see that as a priority, just in my opinion, because that's my side of town. I don't represent anybody, but I drive by there all the time.
Right.
And it is kind of small, but and we had brought this up one time years back. I know Councilman Chris wanted some skate park, and we'd kind of talked about, maybe like a half court, and there was a discussion we had about, I forget where the city was, but it was like a package deal where these people come out and they do like a half court, and they put like a don't know, it was a pretty tall backing of a hurricane fence behind it. And it was a really, hate to use the word nifty, but it was a neat idea, and it was very practical, and it didn't cost that much. And I don't know, it might have been even like asphalt, I'm not sure, but I'd rather it be concrete. But, something more permanent, something more recreational for some of these other places. I know, because, you got them at the Boys Club, you got them over there, and like I said, we used to, share, back in the day, I used to rent those fields. I'd come in here, and Yolanda, I don't know where Yolanda's at, and I'd pay like $25 a night to go, and I'd have to, give me a combination, or, and I'd open it up, and we'd play, and I'd turn off the lights, so we'd leave at 10. It was awesome, right? But we would play in those big fields, and, that's the baseball part of it. But back to the fields over at Anderson, if we're gonna be using some kind of money like this, I'm kind of like on the eye level of Mr. Beltran here, that, hey, see what needs to be done to the parks that are actually there, that actually need the TLC right now, and then whatever's left over, put, maybe a priority on some of these sports that are taking up more, like I know the soccer fields they're probably pretty easy to maintain, right? Just kind of keep the fire ants down and keep all the holes from, getting crazy. But it would be nice to have people come over to these soccer tournaments, and they could all hang out there at the golf course. Number one, we have 2 of them. They could play basketball on the side. And then, and you won't have to worry about a baseball diamond over there nobody's ever going to use, because I probably was one of the last ones that used it. My boys were in high school 10 years ago,
That's the concept Patrick's talking about.
Oh, okay.
That's the combination.
I've
where
seen it.
You get 2 out of 1.
Oh, okay, got it.
I would love to,
Not too far.
you mentioned to bring this, put it on an agenda item, but, to come back with a list of all the parks or fields that we need, and then the upgrades that are needed, an estimated cost, if there's fees, if we're going to be charging fees or something like that, and a time frame too, kind of, on which parks are priority
A
and
lot of people do year-round.
stuff like that. I don't know if this amount would be enough for what we're talking about, to tell you the truth.
That's why I wanted to have Mr. Chapa come, and I apologize, Mr. Molina, I never meant to cut you off.
You already did.
Just I just wanted to get your perspective. You're out there, you can kind of convey to us what they look like and what we have available.
So our vision is to keep improving with what we have, I'm very realistic, I know stuff costs a lot of money, we all know that. So, basketball courts, maybe some new backboards, some new rims, we need to improve a little bit what we have already. Rick Del Bosque Field needs a scoreboard, Rick's reached out to me, I think that's attainable with some of the money that we have. Backboards are attainable. Over at the East Field, Mora Field, fix the sprinkler systems to where we've got a continuation of the golf course where stuff looks green all the way through. Fill in holes, like Mr. Molina's saying, keep the ants out of there. Fix the fence, like what Mr. Esparza is saying. I think those things are attainable things with the budget, with the monies that are possibly there. I don't know exactly what the numbers are, but getting into the deeper or the more expensive stuff, like possibly taking down the Boys Club, that's stuff that you guys would have to really look at the numbers to see if, that's possible. But we want to do what's best for the community, what we can afford, what we can start to do. Fix our fields, we've got some fields that need more sprinkler attention, we want to do things like that, that's not that expensive. Keep adding fertilizer, keep weed killing, Mr. Ansaldu and the girls have made it almost possible for us to get some equipment to keep working on the fields, take the stickers out, take the fire ants out, keep spraying the edges so our boys don't have to be stuck there all day weed eating. So we just want to keep moving forward, of course, with y'all's blessing and y'all's thoughts to what we can do. And, thank you to Patrick for the ideas he has. He's got some pictures of fields on his phone that I think he kind of shared a little bit there with Councilman Beltran and Councilman Molina. But you guys ultimately make the decisions of what we can do with what we have. But, yes, we have a lot of ideas, and hopefully we can get some of them to come through.
And I think, Mr. Beltran and Mr. Molina are expressing correctly on the dollar amount. I feel that's like conservative for what the vision is for to bring tournaments in
That's what
so
we're
that
asking,
it
yeah.
qualifies for
Overnight.
the hot funds, the usage, because we got a lot of hot funds in there. We got $4.4 million in that fund, and we just never were able to get the part where we met that criteria. And then we've got some verbiage that was improved upon that kind of gives us a little bit, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
My suggestion to you would be to maybe look beyond local. I know we want to address local needs, but when you're talking about generating
attract
people to come, we need to look past our local.
Right.
We're not looking at Little League, we're not looking at kickball,
No.
and not that we don't want to help them, we do, right? And I know that you guys do as well, but they're, like Councilman Molina said, it's a little hard to justify for one tournament a year that they
Right.
bring, right? So when I say look beyond local, you need to look at other organizations like the football organization. That's a year-round football thing. They have their audience that they cater to, and they bring a lot of people in all year long. But there's also some that are for soccer. There are soccer organizations out there that will bring people in all year long and not just once a year. Same thing with baseball and softball. And kind of looking at those organizations, there's
Sure.
USSSA, FASA. There's a number of different organizations out there, and that's what they do. They go from city to city, just hosting these events, and they're going to tell you what they need. Maybe set up a meeting with them, bring some of them in to talk to them to say, what do you need to start bringing some USFA tournaments here?
We'll set it up.
They tell us what their needs are, so that way when you guys are making those decisions, you have something to back that. To say, look, if we do this, they'll come, right? You don't want to build something that they're not going to be able
I
to.
think that's exactly what we're talking about. We're talking about exactly what you're saying, that we want to do that. And we want to create overnight. We're not looking at one tournament. We're looking at hosting tournaments
Now,
at every aspect, from soccer, every sport. I want to capitalize on every sport, because every sport has year-round sports now, not just certain time. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what we want to do. We want to create that. We need you to set up the meetings and get it
Now,
going.
the other side of that is you're not leaving your local people out as well, because
They're
they're
part of
going to
it.
they're going to benefit from it as well.
They're
We're
part of
fixing
it.
it for a for a group that's going to bring outside. Doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to use it. So kind of serves both sides.
Well, they'll be in the mix.
And
Yeah.
we need to also think that it's not only bringing hotel tax back into
It's
your,
everything. It's fuel,
the,
it's food.
the overnight stay, it's the sales tax, the food, all of that. It's a
That goes without
win-win.
saying.
I want to clarify why Michael says he kind of brings me in on these conversations. Exactly what you say. I 3 times a week I'm in Corpus.
Right.
3 times a week I'm eating dinner in Corpus because I'm there for a practice. I take my daughter to play softball.
You're buying a Whataburger here, Patrick.
Before you leave.
And for the night.
Every other weekend I'm in another city.
Before you leave.
Spending my money there, and we could be spending that money here, right? And there's other, just in my daughter's team, there's like 14 girls, and they're all from different cities. Freer, Fremont, Alfurias. I've got some that come up from Mission.
Let's bring them out of the hub
Hey, we're
Come
the
and
hub
they're
city.
spending-
Let's bring them out of the hub
City, bring
city.
'em
Yeah,
here.
let's have them spend their money here, right?
Absolutely.
That's the idea.
So that's the whole idea, what we're talking
Yeah.
about, is we want to create that. So whatever we got to do to get there.
That's why Michael brings me in Arizona, because I have experience spending my money other places.
Well, let's
A lot of
stop
experience.
that.
Yes, you're everywhere.
Here recently, Creed Baseball, they've rented the Westfield, which is where the high school kids play. I believe Javier Guzman and
Right.
Roy Rodriguez and those guys are utilizing our field. So they're bringing in boys from San Diego, they're bringing in, and I say families from San Diego, from Fremont. So those guys are spending their dollars at our Whataburger, at our churches,
Right.
at Popeyes. We've gotten the fields to look a little bit greener. So he'll take pictures of it and he'll share it, and then I'll share it on Facebook too, to kind of like push it, you know,
Yeah.
let's show
Promote.
the area what we have, what's available. So, we're excited about that, and we wanted to continue growing, so, the potential is here, we just need to keep working on it.
Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll bring back some drawings, and we have some drawings that engineering has done with some of the areas already, and that's kind of what helped us kind of gauge some ideas, but we'll get several things together, that way you can kind of direct us further on that once we, at our next meeting.
So it was fencing one of the issues as well, to be able to create an entrance for, charging at the door or stuff like that? Was that ever an issue?
For the old soccer fields, yes, so 4 years ago, the council decided to let the Alice Youth Football use the soccer fields at Harkins Fields for football. And they spent some money. They built they built a fence and did a lot of work out there. And but they needed some lighting, and the lighting's a problem there because it's so close to the airport. We could get one light, but it probably wouldn't be tall enough to light the whole area. And so that's really not going to work for them. And they've been maintaining that and mowing it and doing everything they need to. And so they were looking for another place also. And the Old Boys and Girls Club is a place that we've talked to them about as well. And,
But that would be private. That wouldn't be ours, or how would that work?
well, I mean, right now, the soccer field's ours. They're just maintaining it for us. Those relationships work. If somebody wants to take it over and maintain and do all the work, they can utilize it with, and have the concession and have gates and whatever they want to do. The problem we run into is when we're having to spend all this money and we don't participate in any of the revenue.
That's
for
what I'm
those
saying.
events. And it happens right now with the soccer fields and baseball and, even, Patrick, what about the fencing, right? Ads on fences and things like that happens
Yes,
too.
Yeah, there's opportunities that are, we're missing out on. I guess we could save some of the advertising on some of the fields that we have. We don't
Right.
collect any of that revenue. It
Right.
goes to the groups that are using it, but we're providing all the maintenance and the upkeep on the field. So, yeah, there is some opportunities there that we need to take advantage of.
Are the people with the concessions, are they required to have a food handler license?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I think so.
Yes, they are. If they're selling food, handling food,
Yes.
and giving it to the public, they are
Remember,
required.
I had to have one when I helped.
Are they required to have a 501c as well?
I don't know.
No, but I mean, it's the concessions are the organization, so the Little League will have one.
Would have one.
The limited concession is the Boys and Girls Club at the soccer fields. It's very limited. It's a table. But and I don't know how the kickball, how are they doing the concession?
They manage their own
They
concession.
manage their own too? Okay, so they're all nonprofits. So,
What about all these organizations that we give money to? Are they required to have 501cs as well?
yeah, so you're talking
Yes.
about yes.
Like the Tahana Roots
Events.
and that?
Yeah.
How often do we check those? Is it something that we updated?
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Yearly.
Yeah,
Every
when they apply,
application.
Okay,
It's
good.
part of their application.
when they
I'm
request.
just
the
asking,
money.
Yeah.
Okay.
So right now in that fund, what do we put? We spent 27?
Mhm.
Now, that application has to be redone, though.
Needs to be simplified. It's too complicated.
But there has to be some kind of validation, some kind of verification that they are,
It is.
Yeah.
Legit, or?
I mean,
There
because the
is-
last time, I mean, I know, Councilman Chris came up with something and it was pretty complicated, but
Thorough.
it held them to the fire, right? Versus, some folks that you want to have a little picnic downtown, then all of a sudden they want all this money,
The recommendation, I think, last time that we talked about the promotional arts is to line item it, the organizations and put a dollar amount and that we have. And right now it's the same, ones, and they've been doing it for a while. And so it's not like, if we know who they are, what they're doing, all we need to do is verify that they still have their 501(c)(3).
Credentials?
Yeah, and then they can be line itemed, and we can even line item on either here on this sheet or, it would be on this, on page 175. We have city sponsored promotion of the arts, and we could have, Tejano Roots and Hispanic Heritage and Cinco de Mayo.
And anybody else?
And then if anybody else wants to do it, well, give us your information. The next budget cycle, we'll bring it up. It
Well,
makes it real easy.
I know that there was a guideline that said if you were, utilized this fund for so many years, you get so much amount. If you, first time, you only get like 1,500, or something like that. I think we need to keep that guideline too.
I think it was the,
Well, but
I think it was the longevity of the event.
The longevity of
How
the
many
event,
years you have
yes.
been pulling
Right,
it, like,
that kind of thing.
is that
Right, but if you decide this
First-timers.
now,
Should be the other way around, shouldn't it?
then, you take that into account when you're deciding who to line item and how much. So you do it through the budget, and then it's finished.
Because Hispanic Heritage isn't doing it anymore.
They didn't do that last year, did
No, they got, yeah, they're
Did they
out.
apply?
they?
I
No.
don't believe so.
I don't think so. I think it was
They-
just Tejano Roots
They haven't done it for a couple of years.
and the Cinco de Mayo right now.
And then there was that other one, but I can't
But
remember.
we have applications right now,
And then
right?
the-
From
the-
There's
Tejano
the,
Roots?
There's
the one-
a
Super
couple.
Downer Roots and the fair.
The fair.
Okay. Yeah, so, this is where we decide, and they can be plugged in here.
Yeah.
And, we know what the guidelines are, and so before we would recommend it being approved, we would make sure that they have everything in place.
The do's and don'ts, yeah.
And then it's line itemed, and they're in the budget.
Okay.
So, okay. And this professional services, the 20,000, what is that for?
That's part of Eddie and the pictures that he takes for the projects, and that's part of, that's Eddie, right? Yeah, that's Eddie.
So do we still need that position? Is that something that's being utilized?
It's been utilized, yeah.
Because I
uh,
haven't
w-
really seen it a lot.
Yeah, and we can work, it's a carryover from last time.
Just a general question, but, okay, do we consider that the fairgrounds part of the city?
No, it's outside the city limits, President.
Okay, so why should we be doing something like that?
Or what is it that we do
Which one?
there? What is it that we do, contribute money to that?
We've been using, for here,
Well,
the only thing we've been using.
They applied.
They apply for the,
Oh.
I guess for the event in the country.
I'm sorry, I
The-
misheard.
What is it, what is that?
the-
No, they're.
Oh, just the fair in
they're
general?
Applying for funds.
Okay, okay.
Well, that's my question, like, they're not in the city limits, right?
Well, we're not recommending that right now. The question was applications.
But,
Yes,
I
we-
guess
we
what I'm
look
saying
at
is
it.
like, we have nothing there to say that, the Hana Roots have been doing it forever. They'll come in here and they might get approved because of their, history, and as long as they've been doing it and they're 501, whatever, but, the fair comes in and says, okay, well, you gotta get in line just like anybody else, but, they're out in the county, I don't know. I'm
Is
just-
it the
Well,
Fair
you know,
Association, is it? is
It's
that
the
what-
Fair Association, but if you look at it, they're required to advertise for our city as well. And there's a lot of people that come from outside to our city. Our city is Alice.
Yeah,
That's
but the
the
event
only
is
thing.
out in the county, that's my point, you know what I mean? It's not like, it's not here in our city, it's out there. But I'm just posing a question, it's the first time they apply, so.
It's just, I was just thinking advertising-wise, promoting the city.
How much are we
There's a lot of people that come out.
How much?
Right now, it's zero.
Okay.
Right now, it's zero on our budget. And then maybe if we streamline or do something, look at it, then we can. But right now, it's zero.
Stairs.
The county, they make money when they rent RV spots and all that there also, right?
Yeah, they do charge for those items.
Does the
And-
city
and-
go out there
They
and?
charge
and-
to enter, right, to go to the fair.
I know, but does the city go out there and, we have to do inspections or like code inspections?
No, that's.
We don't do
that's
any of
county.
that stuff? The county does it all?
That's what I was saying.
So we don't get any revenue from that at all then?
Do we provide security, trash, or anything like that? Trash?
Trash.
No, I think cheap.
And water,
you know.
do we provide them with water?
they buy it.
Is there a fee for that, or meter, is it metered out there?
Okay, well, it's,
Mhm.
yeah, that's fairgrounds.
Better be.
We've helped on some issues they had. They had some plumbing issues they had to fix, they had to get done last time in a rush. We helped them get some things done.
And I'm not totally against the idea, we're just trying to make sense of
Yeah.
what it is and what the benefit is. and-
There's gotta be a guideline too.
Right,
Right.
and that only came up because they submitted an application. We're not saying that, we're not recommending that approval yet. We haven't even taken it to, I mean,
Right.
we just talked about it, now county submitted an application for the fair, the county fair.
Right.
And so that was like the extent of the conversation we've had, is we're waiting to bring all those to you guys. And so we kind of want to get an idea of, and the dollar amounts that we did last year, Gabriel, it was 10,000 town routes.
Yes, or the two, like the Tejano routes, yes.
Yeah.
They had 10 for the.
And we're putting aside 15% of.
And the
our
Cinco de
revenue.
Mayo was 10 as well?
Or one, I'm sorry, no, one was 12.5 was the last one.
I
Cinco de
thought
Mayo.
there was more, yeah.
12.5 was the last one.
And, I mean, they've been doing that event for
Right.
years.
Yes.
They're really the only ones that put their neck out and do stuff. It's really hard to coordinate it, you know, I mean,
A lot of work.
people that kind of throw those festivals, it's a lot of planning and it's a lot of time. And it's a lot of risk too, because, you know, you hire a band and you hire people and, I don't know, vendors and all that. I don't
No,
know.
it's 12.5
And I've
It is what
gone.
it is.
So 12.2 is the amount we give physically with a check,
So they were
or
both 12.5 then.
or does that include, I mean, do we do in-kind services as well? I mean, I know we provide police security, right, and stuff like that, trash pickup.
Pay for that?
Yeah, well, I mean, we are
Is that
doing
accounted
trash
for?
pickup.
Help them out with the stage too, I think.
Stage.
Here.
And,
One at the table.
I don't know if we, on both of them, we may have leased the stage
Yes.
for the Tejano routes.
I think we
To
leased
Ruben
it
one
to
time,
them.
yeah.
But he did a lot of advertising for us.
But that
But-
first amount was based off the, like, kind of like a rule of thumb from the old app, right?
Right.
Based on longevity versus, you know, if you're just.
I think at one point the application said how many rooms.
Yeah.
Didn't it have
Yeah,
a sliding
for sure.
scale? I think at one point, depending on how many rooms you average, it had a sliding scale.
What we can do is we can,
What's that?
It has, that part hasn't been changed. The only thing we did was
No, that
refine that
application's
one.
gone. We don't even
We
use that
didn't,
anymore.
we didn't change,
Right.
well, the one that Mr. Chris brought, we kept.
No, it's
No,
gone.
we changed it.
I
We had a
thought
meeting.
the only part
The
we
only thing
changed was the,
Was the registration.
Just
They
the-
don't have to register.
just the-
But we're using the same application
Yeah.
with the deadline, but they don't have to register to apply.
yeah, yeah,
Just complete the application, but it's still Pete's.
yeah, it's still
And
the
then I think
same.
last year, because.
But we're not going by those guidelines, right?
That's
like
what-
No, we weren't going, we were going through your recommendation.
Vouchers.
They're,
I was gonna
right.
say, we came and we talked.
Prove
Right.
it.
Oh.
That's
We,
what-
they're using the same form, but we were going by your direction. I mean, if you were telling us, yeah.
I think something on those same lines where the longevity comes into place, you know, because like versus somebody who's just starting out, you know, I mean,
Incentivize.
they're not gonna have a lot of sponsors and stuff and followers, so, you know, keeping that bar low. I think at the time it was like, was it 2,500, I think it was, for a newbie?
Yeah, I think we had.
Somebody like that versus somebody more established that had been doing it more than 10 years or something. I'm sorry, you were trying to talk. I kept-
well, I mean, so what we can do is, we'll use the basic guidelines, but I think that we kind of have an idea of what y'all are thinking on the guidelines. Bring those forward, and those are gonna be guidelines that y'all decide on, but I really think that it should be, if somebody wants to come before and get some money, that money should already be budgeted, a line item for each one. So if somebody comes in February and says, hey, I want to invent in summer well, you have to wait till October 1st and next year. So give me your information. We'll, you know, these are the guidelines that the council uses to decide whether it qualifies. And if you fit there, yeah, then you probably have a chance of getting some of this money. And if it's your first time, this is where it is. So let's condense that long application into something that's kind of easier to digest and use that as a guideline for you guys, but you guys decide at the budget time, line items, who's gonna get what. And then for us, it makes it life very easy for us to say, okay, you're already budgeted, when your event comes in, come in, and I mean, we work well, I mean, Ruben and finance works real well together when he's trying to get his stuff done. It's, he's gonna be one that I'm sure you guys wanna fund. I mean, he's provides a very good event, and he's been doing it for a long time.
Right.
They're a, nonprofit, and, a lot of benefit for the community. So, but if it's line item, it makes it a lot easier, to get it done, and just base it off the guidelines that y'all decide. We'll get you.
Well, let's just keep it the way it is and
So
go
it's-
forward with it.
It's
for the 27.
22.5 though for just those two events, right? Am I right? 22.5?
Well, this past year, the Tejano Roots received 12.5 for both events.
both?
And then there was a Pan American, what was it, Pan American for 5,400?
Civic Association for 5,400.
So that's what was paid out this year.
No, I
But
think-
that was different. The previous year, it was less.
Oh, there wasn't,
No, the second one wasn't 12.5 for Tejano Roots.
I thought it was
Wasn't
10 and 12.
Was it like 90 some or something?
It was 90.
Some, you said what?
No,
Well, some of it went to advertising.
Oh, got it. Yeah, the radio.
That's why.
Got it.
So it's 12.5 for both?
Correct. The 91 went straight, and then the rest was for advertising.
So that's,
And
Wow.
right now,
That's a lot
you-
of money. Wow.
No, but they're the only ones that do this in town.
And it's big.
And they're big celebrations, and they're carryover from the old Fiesta Bandanas, what they are. And they're kind of, what's the word for it? Not valid, I'm trying to say like kind of, what's the word for it?
staple
Kind of-
for our community.
Kind of validating our cultural kind of
Yeah.
history here, and the fact that, Hispanic heritage doesn't do it anymore, and Tejano music did, a lot of it had, there's a lot of history here with the Hall of Fame and whatever.
Yes.
This is what they do, and, I mean, I'm a big supporter of them, but, I mean, if they're coming and showing us, you guys the numbers and everything's legit, I mean, I trust you all to do what you gotta do, and, I mean, it was a sliding scale that Mr. Chris would come up with, and based on some other municipality, and we kind of, I remember we rubber stamped that one, and it was pretty long and detailed and pretty intricate. It needs to be kind of simplified and for what we use it for,
Well, like I said, I've been going to these things for quite a while, and the people that turn out, I mean, it's growing. The turnout's really, really good. There's a lot of people there.
And it's free, right?
And it's free,
It's
yeah,
free,
to them.
so they don't charge, and so
People love
they
it.
kind of recycle their money somehow, and, yeah, I'm like,
So,
Okay,
since
so-
on here it says 0, so y'all are you wanting to give direction to change
On a dollar
that to
amount,
the
right?
27? Because
just
it's
leave it
0.
at 27 for like from last year.
Okay.
Just leave it there, because that's what we did last year. We don't.
So that's
get to
2,000 extra, but
But are you allocating that to the same amount, the 25?
The
12.5 and
27.
25 for Tejano Roots and for Cinco de Mayo, the 12.5, right? That's what we're talking about? And then an extra 2 for what? For the other ones that apply?
So what about
I
anybody
just-
else that comes
yeah,
in?
I
that-
just don't
I
think
mean,
that's-
how do we give them an opportunity to?
Right.
Well,
You know.
the only other way is you put 60 or 70 grand in there, and
If we don't use it?
You revamp that app. That's the only way.
Or we would have to come back to you.
It's just fun.
I mean,
That's the way it used to be.
Because the other thing
what it
is,
used to be.
like, nobody even knows about.
People would just
like,
come up here
They
and
would-
we
Well, it used to be
we would rubber stamp
$1,800.
5 grand.
Huh?
advertising, it used to be $1,800 advertising.
$1,800.
That's when the chamber was
The
on.
chamber was
Yeah.
managing that, right?
And they would
At the
come
time.
here, we were at 5, and then if it got above 5, it would come to the city manager
Yeah.
for approval.
People who are excited to do festivals, they'll come in, they're like, well, you can't do it till next year.
Yeah.
That's kind of
rough.
discouraging, you
That's
know?
what I was-
Yeah, but I don't-
And I'd like to be a little bit more open, I think more transparent with that process of like, hey, the deadline's gonna come soon, so if you have an event, I think we need to offer that and put that out there more often. I think it would open more doors.
But the
That's
thing is,
fine, but I don't think
you
we
run-
can offer
did-
$5,000.
you-
I'm not saying that, what
Did we
I'm saying
delete
is.
the guidelines completely? I just, I didn't know.
It wasn't
that.
deleted, I mean,
I
I
just-
might be misspeaking, but the application's still the same. It was just a matter of,
The
Odie,
application
what
was
does it
only
have?
like for a year. right?
So the
Something
only
like-
thing
and we never, and it never, for some reason, it never came back and we never
Well,
did it, so it kind of avoided it.
the only thing that's what I thought, we still have that guideline to go by, right? Like the rooms and
The
the,
only thing that they decided to remove was the registration because people didn't know that they had to register
Mhm.
and then apply. They thought that
Right.
they would register and they were applying, which wasn't so.
Right.
And now they put in a deadline and people don't know about the deadline.
That's what I'm saying.
So
See,
they
that's
missed
why I
the
was asking
deadline.
about the deadline.
So when it was easier was when they came and actually asked and we put on the agenda item and people came and told you what they were doing and then you all would approve it
Yeah.
individually. That was.
And like, the only way to do
Right.
that is not earmark
Why
it,
can't we
but
do
just,
that again?
well, then you gotta put in just a bunch of money in there and say, it's in there.
You can just-
Revamp the
yeah.
app, and then
And
take all the guts out of that app except for the longevity thing, because I understand where Councilman Beltran's coming from, but we run the risk of somebody coming in and saying, hey, I'm gonna do this, and you give them all this money, and then nothing happens, you know? I don't mean nothing happens, but like, nobody shows up, and like, nobody, you know, it's like, all that money went, because that's happened in the past, and
Right.
That's why I said, I don't think it's right that they have to be,
so what,
It's
and it was a long ordeal with that old other app, poor Michael. But, you know, and it was, and Odie and these folks right here. But it was very, very intricate, I mean, it was deep.
It's
It-
very
it-
thorough.
It covered
Yeah.
everything, like, it made it as legal as you can be, you
Yeah.
know? But I'd say just get the more important parts out of it to kind of keep us from stepping in a hole and, you know, I'm sure y'all can come up with something, you know? In a roundabout way. Well, look, we know there's two celebrations that they have every year, and then there's one right now that, you know, put in, you know, whether they're in the county, whether they have people there, I mean, it's, you know, it's a county thing to me, but nonetheless, we have two at least, right? I mean, somebody could come in, fly by night in December or January and say, I want to do this, and, you know, I don't know, I mean, I see this because, you know, of my history, my experience, but it's not that easy to throw these things together and make them a big success without a lot of planning, a lot of advertising, a lot of foresight. And then you have to have your 501 too. A lot of people don't have that, you know.
But
We
ultimately,
always
who's
verify.
deciding on who's getting the funding? If there's an application process, is it the city manager that ultimately, or is it,
no.
we bring all these applications to
I
you?
think it would come before us.
Okay, so I just want to make
That's
sure,
my
'cause that's what I prefer, but, I mean,
what I prefer.
that's what I prefer. I rather,
That's what I'm saying,
you
you
tell
know,
us the
because
dollar
this way you're not
amount.
as
But
legal
how do
of
we
it.
prove?
Leave it on us.
How do we prove the
Yeah.
the validity of it, like the hotel kind of?
Well, that's why I'm saying, we still need to have the guideline.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
And so let's get the guideline together, approve the guideline.
Let's do that.
And y'all are gonna say, this is what we're gonna adopt to be the guideline for the promotion of the arts.
Got it.
And when you're talking about somebody like Tejano Roots, Cinco de Mayo, that's been doing this for so many years, they've already proven themselves. So, you know, we talked about earlier, you start off, you know, somebody that wants the first time, well, we can do 2,500 to help with this. Okay, so that's gonna be your guideline if you wanna use that, but, we know that we're gonna have these events, and that's why I like the line item part where it's finished. We know that it's gonna be done, you know, on some of
So
these, the
whatever's
ones
in
that we
there, that's
know
it.
are regular events. And if they're lucky enough and they want to have it after that first time, yeah, I want to do it again and again, they can become a line item event.
can
Yes,
you
I
bring
agree.
I
a
think that- I
copy
think
to see what we currently have in place?
You mean the application?
Well, not right now, but so that we can
Yeah.
review it? Okay, so we can look at that. So right now, the direction on the budget is in that particular item, you want to allocate it back to the 2,700 at this time?
I
Okay.
have one more question, if you don't mind. I know in the
I mean,
past,
27,000.
before COVID,
That's fine.
we had put 25,000 for the city hosting a firework event. I mean, and we never got to do it. I mean, is this where we need to put that in, or where does that go?
That's never, I mean, all of the direction we get is that hot funds,
Right.
all firework events, all of that.
Okay,
For hot
so that would come out of our general
general
fund.
fund.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay.
It's a 2-day event, you know. It
We
starts-
could make it a 2-day event.
The New Year's.
We talked
starts-
about it.
The New Year starts at this and it ends on that.
That's true.
So one of the things, and I've been in talks with, like, the people from the Jazz Festival in Corpus and wanting to piggyback, and this is just informal, this is me talking to them, and the possibilities of bringing some of that, and maybe as a preview, of what's to go to Corpus. And they would start off in Alice and then migrate to Kingsville and then end up finale in Corpus. And kind of, so that way there's more production and there's more of a regional type of deal. And that's why I'm asking, because those events like that, I know Tejano is a big thing, but we also like to inject other type of culture and arts as well, and to have those available funds would be good to some capacity. And I just think that we're really just kind of limiting ourselves, but I know it's easier to put just a certain amount of money in there to be done with it. But like I said, there's more possibilities out there that we can. So it's whatever you guys think,
Right now, so it looks like what we'll do is, moving forward, we'll go ahead and add the 27 there. But I do want to bring that revised agreement. I do want y'all to consider line iteming, some to take it off here and maybe even line item new events at the minimum. If you want to have 2,500, say, let's have 4 events. We'll line item event 1, event 2, event 3, event 4. Somebody that qualifies, they can ask for that specific line item and they get it. So it's.
Yeah.
I like that
a little
too.
bit
I like
better.
that.
That's a great
Yeah, that's
idea.
Going back to what we were originally meant to
Yeah.
do anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just adopt the guidelines that comply,
Right.
and that way you can have that.
the possibility of,
yeah.
whether it's a bus or not, but, we have to give it a shot and,
Exactly.
versus, oh, well, wait till next year. So,
Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Sounds good.
Motion passes.
Second.
Right now, 27, right now, until we, yeah.
27,000 for that. And then you will bring us back,
The application.
figures, the application,
Yeah.
but the figures for the, park and athletic field supplies, and the 250, for the field service. Bring
Yes.
a different number where you feel like what those needs are. Okay. All right, thank you.
Got your notes, Michael?
Yeah.
a lot of work, guys. A lot of work.
I got them too, so if you get lost.
So, the last one we have is the capital improvement fund, so,
It's fun.
um,
Oh, I thought you said the last fun.
page 179. I'm sorry, that's the golf course improvement fund.
78, yeah.
70.
You're gonna start with the golf course? Okay.
Are we starting with that?
179, yeah,
Okay.
golf course improvement fund, yeah.
So the Golf Course Improvement Fund, this does have, money coming in regularly as people pay a portion does go to this improvement fund. We budgeted 50,000 in revenue. And, on page 180, on revised, you'll see some expenses that we did have this year. We budgeted the 17,000 was for the restroom, and then the 7,500 was for,
I guess the gator person, what did you get? Remember? No, it was I remember.
You got the front.
Oh, the area.
Is that what it was? Okay, area.
And the front.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
That's the gator.
Did we include that here?
For which one?
It's in revised.
Yes, that's the 7,500 on 180,
Okay, got it.
the $7,500.
Okay.
And the 17,198 was for the renovation of the restroom.
She was asking about the proposed,
Oh, proposed? No, we don't have anything in there.
because we discussed about that.
Yeah.
What
Oh,
was it called? What was it called?
Aerator?
But,
Yeah, the air fryer, we use it on the greens.
no, but she
No,
said.
but we're talking about
Next
the
year,
pond.
what are you asking
What
for
were
the,
you-
For the
for
pond?
the pond?
Oh, the diffusers. and-
diffuser.
Yes, that's what it's called. So that's not
You
in.
said, Jay, it was really like for the smaller pond, right?
Yeah, but we need one in each pond.
Okay.
I already gotten a quote on one, it's one pump and two lines, basically.
Okay.
And then on the bigger pond, we're gonna wire it out, put 2 diffusers in the big pond and put 1 diffuser in the small pond.
How much?
I think it was a little under 4,000.
Oh, I see.
The other thing though, keep in mind is, something that just came up is, what was it, the pump?
Oh, yeah.
The vertical pump or something?
No, the pump for the irrigation system. So that's gonna be a,
A big
charge,
expense.
yeah.
I'm waiting on a quote. We're probably looking, it'll be under 60,000.
so that's why, yeah, that's why we don't have anything there, because we're trying to wait to see, because that can shut down our irrigation
But
completely.
There's
Yeah.
other issues going on. There's, our tractor is really old. That's
Yeah.
gonna give out.
So we're
Don't drive it.
prioritizing.
Right, that's why we're still,
We need
yes.
to prioritize.
What's
Right.
gonna go out, Jay? What was that?
Tractor,
The tractor?
Our tractor is pretty old.
driving it too much.
You're on it
Driving
too
at
much.
4 in the morning.
Don't drive it at 4 in the morning.
The 4 AM start time. The 4 AM start time.
So did you hear that?
We use that for the tractor
Yeah.
Wow.
every day for 8 hours a day.
Well, those are needs, right?
They're all needs, and that's why we're trying to
The aeration is
prioritize.
more of a want, like more,
Yeah.
a little bit better quality out there, but yeah, let's go ahead, I guess we'll get those down.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Okay.
The good thing about it is, like Vanessa mentioned, we get this fee as the golfers come in, so we're able to build it back up.
Sell more beer,
Right.
more tacos.
That's the whole idea.
Tournament.
Okay.
How's that bathroom working out?
What's that?
The bathroom that's out there?
Oh, no, people love it.
Good.
We clean it every morning. It's
Wow,
so
good.
far, so good.
Wow.
That needed, that was a long time coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It needed to be probably repaired for 20 years, when we got it done.
And we,
Yeah.
we did it in maybe a couple of months.
Yeah.
That's good.
Got it.
So the next one.
Yeah.
The next one we have is a street improvement fund. Now this one, there's, this one usually is funded by the general fund, so that's if we had transferred any money, but,
We didn't have it this time.
so there's not really, there's some expenses and we'll probably just transfer to offset them or, so there's not really much in this one.
Okay.
Okay.
Council, you're okay with that? No
The,
questions?
oh, I'm sorry.
You're online.
They said all right.
I'm good.
Maurice, Mr. Garza, I'm sorry. No
On
questions?
the street improvement fund,
Yeah.
I just wish we had more money to fix up our streets, but alrighty, no questions.
Okay.
Next, we have the landfill development fund. This one is, the revenue collected from here is from the $4 landfill fee and the water bills. And all we have is revenue coming in. And we don't show any expenses for this year or next year. I think we finished the sale maybe 2 years ago, and we're just trying to replenish that fund.
Okay, Council, any questions on this one?
So no expenses.
House?
No expenses, huh?
Well,
No.
they're trying to build it up, yeah.
We just built
We
a cell, I
guys
think
on
it
the
was 2 years
expansion.
ago,
the
yeah.
expansion. There was some overrun.
Okay.
I'm good.
Next is the landfill post-closure fund, and this one is funded by transfers in from the solid waste fund. So for next year, we did propose to send 25,000 to that fund. And that's it for that one.
And this one maintains what for this post-closure?
So it's when they close the.
This is the one that
cells.
they always, I mean, it could be 15 years, 30 years, 25 years. Whenever we plan to eventually have to shut down.
Council, any questions? Mr. Vega?
Oh.
Well, we know we have a need, but
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that our landfills get filled up so fast, and a lot of people talk about recycling, and sometimes the cost of recycling is very expensive in itself, sometimes a lot of money. And those are just ways that we can promote and fit so much going over there. But so like cardboard and paper and stuff like that, and there's a fee for all that, right, that they charge us? Am I right, or?
No,
Oh.
Said not yet.
They've been picking it up
They
for
pick it up.
free.
We don't
Picking
make
it
the
up
money
for
off it. They pick it up and they dispose of it,
It's
or
not going-
recycle it, I mean, and there's not a charge for us.
So
But there's
tech-
not also any revenue.
I would assume technically we're saving money because it's not filling
Not
up our
going to
landfill.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, so we could promote more, we're talking about recycling, we could, if you want to lower the cost of stuff like this, if we can promote the diligence of saving money, and really every household can save money by,
And,
spurring.
We've looked at different programs. We've had presentations from different people, and Mayor and I have met with some people, and we had everything kind of on board. We were going to bring something to the council, and when we got information before the meeting, it changed from what we had
changed it.
talked about. It's like, you have to have 5 locations open. And we're like, no, we weren't even talking about that. You have to staff all these, and it was just like,
Right,
totally
not what we
opposite.
talked about.
Yeah.
right.
It sounded pretty promising, and that's the
They
second,
booked you?
yeah, it's the second time that's not as bad, but another couple of times we met with different recycling companies, and it just,
I mean, it's really not a way of life around here. I hate to say it, recycling is just not a big thing, and it's introducing a new culture of recycling, and it really needs to be promoted, and it's hard to just to switch that over, so I understand.
I wish we had extra bins just for recycling. That would be amazing.
we'd also need extra trucks.
You'd have a whole new fleet just to go around.
yeah,
Like
definitely.
double all our expenses.
I remember back in the old days, they used to have containers outside of the recycling center so you could drop off in the containers that days that they weren't open. Do we still have that, or?
No, they just throw it over the fence.
Yeah,
They just throw it over the fence or leave it on the side.
Well, I think he mentioned we tried it, then they were dumping trash and.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah, so they just throw it over the fence.
Yeah, gosh.
I've seen it. I've seen them do it. Okay.
And I know we talked earlier about land and the needs, the equipment and stuff, but there was talks of maybe possibly looking at funding something like go with, seeking funding or in the future, the near future, because of the fleet, the land.
So that's the new one?
The infrastructure, all that. Those are things.
Bondi on the
Yeah,
Bondi.
yeah.
This is the residential.
You know,
and then
when we were looking at that too,
That's a restriction.
even as most recent as this morning, what would be interesting is, when you look at our debt service schedule, the planning is usually 2 years out, and 3 years, debt service drops quite a bit. And we were thinking if we start next year looking at that, that would make us more in line with a debt service schedule, a debt service drop. And filling that void that would be created. We can, yeah.
Revisit. Because we do need a lot. And then I know that the citizens have been talking about our streets. We need a plan in place because they're upset with how we're approaching things and things that haven't been taken care of. But I told them we're looking at it, so. Anyhow, it's King Street.
And when you look at the money that we're
Different.
giving up, the 3.5 on the
Yeah.
fire, the 2 on the sales tax revenue.
It's a lot.
That's our roads right there.
Yeah.
By all the
It's a lot of money.
hired crew.
Me?
The garbage trucks, you said they purchased 2 garbage trucks. Where did that come out of? Out of which budget? And
Which one's that?
Garbage trucks.
the 2 garbage trucks that were purchased, where did that come out of?
In the sanitation.
That was in the sanitation.
But if we go to the next fund, the
You'll see.
depreciation, there was another one, it's a residential Peterbilt that was purchased.
This is the one that we were leased to purchase. The one that's, it's still 195.
And the
We have one residential, two commercial that he's received in the last.
And are these the ones that he ordered like 2 years ago?
No, that's the commercial, that's one he just
Is
received
it-
last year, yeah.
He received
I mean,
it?
he's received one.
Yeah.
One is like, days away,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Days away.
days away. Like it's in the area, it's getting the last little, it's somewhere in the vicinity. But we're waiting on it.
I just gave a plates for the
The one.
commercial one today.
Right.
One of them, one of the two.
And that's the front end loader one, right, for the dumpsters and.
Is it front end? No, I don't believe it's front end. I think it's a side loader.
Okay, so they're all
It's a
side loaders?
Okay.
loader.
So, okay, so he ordered the truck last year or the year before?
No, it was, I think it was
I
the
think it
year
was the year
before.
before.
It was supposed to be here
And
in
it came out
October or
of-
September.
It came out of the fund, our funds, was it allocated then? I'm just-
It was allocated
Yes.
out of the solid
The
waste
full
fund.
amount?
No, it's a.
5-year lease.
Annual
That's what I thought.
Right, I know.
Okay, I just need to
You're seeing it
refresh
if
my
you
mind.
go, oh, here.
I just wanted to refresh my mind, because I remember.
No, you're, let's see.
It is on.
On 85,
Okay,
on page 85, back in sanitation, you'll see the 133,095.
That's for the two commercial?
Mhm.
Okay.
okay, I guess I missed that.
On
Okay.
page 85, the 133,095, that's the first payment for the two commercial trucks, which were ordered a year and a half ago, and we just received
Okay.
one of them.
One of them.
And the second one is in the area, we're told. We're hoping for it any day now.
It's like my new truck, it was on a train coming
Right.
this way. So, okay, so that's a lease, 5-year lease.
5-year lease, yes, ma'am.
And that's just the lease, not lease to own.
No, this is lease to own.
Lease to own, yeah, this one was lease to own,
And we'll be taking care of the maintenance on the vehicle?
Yes.
yeah. So did we ever fix the ACs on the two fire trucks, the trash trucks that you, there was AC
Not
problems?
aware of.
One for sure.
That I'm not aware of.
Okay. Well,
Is that the one that
as long as
got
they worked on it, because I know one was.
Okay, yes, one of them we did.
Yeah, because it's so hot out there for these guys.
Whatever happened to the truck that flipped over?
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yeah.
We had a trash truck that flipped over?
Remind
Tipped
I
over.
don't think it was just.
Yeah,
minor
it didn't
scratches is
get-
what I heard.
Yeah.
It's still operating.
So it's still operational and all that? The engine that they were gonna rebuild on the truck for the brush, how are we on that?
On the brush or the roll-off?
Roll-off.
The roll-off truck?
Yeah.
I think he's still waiting on some quotes. I think he had one, and I think he was still looking for a secondary. Which, I'll have an answer for you next time.
Because we had already approved, I think it was 40,000 for him to do that one. And are we needing any more garbage trucks, brush trucks or anything like that, or are we?
That's an aging fleet, so but that's,
Every one of the departments.
yeah, every department is in need of a
In need of,
fleet.
yeah.
Oh, I mean,
And
Since
that's,
we're still here on capital improvements, and Patrick's still here, what is it that your department is needing on vehicles and, I mean, do we have everything we need?
Of course not, but that's like, for instance, every department has needs. And we're looking at those, I know Gabriel and the city manager have met with some companies looking at some different options of trying to address some of those needs, especially on the bigger vehicles, like the trash trucks, fire trucks, heavier equipment that's not like your everyday use type stuff, so we're working through those.
Okay.
But as far as the public safety aspect, we have the engines.
Okay.
We have what we need, we have the equipment and on that end, but yeah. I mean, there's other things that we would like to have. And like Patrick said, every department we'd like to have.
Maybe get with the county, maybe they can hook us up.
And our Parks
Wish
Department,
list.
do you have all the equipment you need to,
Of course not.
no.
well, I'm just thinking down the road, later.
We could all, like Patrick said, we could all use equipment, of course. Our trucks are getting older. We could use some
Plead
mowers.
your case, Miguel.
Now's your time. No.
Jays will like, I'll come up too.
We're not checking, we use our mowers daily, so, but the mowers take a beating, so, whatever you guys could find to budget for us. Mowers is important for us. The guys are driving some older pickups. I'm sure you've seen them on the road.
A paint job.
Yeah.
The decals.
Just
We're working on that.
whatever's appreciative, we could kind of turn it.
What kind of mowers, Mike?
So we use zero turns a lot, to.
Brand are they?
Cricket?
Grasshopper?
Grasshoppers?
You're close.
Yeah.
Same, member of the same family.
I'm always thinking of bugs, so cricket. But, yeah, grasshopper, yeah, we utilize those, so,
They're one of the best though, right? But they run them now.
they do, the guys run them,
What are they, 8 or 10, something like that? Or- Oh, they're 16 now?
about 16.
Yeah, well, gentlemen, the reason I'm bringing this up, and it's not to stir the pot or anything, but I think our community needs to hear that we have needs. And our county, what we're going through right now, we have needs, and we need that support from our county. Because we're out there doing this job for our citizens. You all are out there doing it.
You're absolutely right, yeah.
So I just wanted to bring that up. That's why I requested a list of our needs, not so much our wants, but our needs on improvements, equipment and stuff like that, because I know there's wear and tear and there's maintenance, and you guys are trying your best and you're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, just putting it all together for us. I appreciate that, but that's the reason why. I know there's needs.
Oh, yeah, yes,
But
ma'am.
I just want people to hear that, to
Maybe
understand
Santa
that.
Claus bring your cricket. And you.
We need a cricket cell phone.
Or a Jim Antelope tractor.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
ATV, yes, that's, we got, repositioners, we got, kind of get that going,
An ATV. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, well, thank you.
We're very grateful for everything.
Appreciate it, Mike.
Thank
you. Thank
brother.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it. All right. So may I have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, okay. May I have a
Just a second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye, aye,
Okay. None opposed. Meeting is adjourned. It's 2:27 PM. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.